All right. Welcome back to RPG Quest, and we are back once again for the next month at least of RPG Quest number 298, Dragon Warrior 7 on the PlayStation. How's it going, Gargamer? How's it going, Bedrino? How's it going, Zero Dine? Welcome, welcome. Happy Saturday. Welcome to some more Dragon Quest grinding. What are we at right now? We found the last piece for the island, for the new island we had to go to, which was like. It's a good thing that for that fortune teller I would never have found it, since we had missed it at one point. So, and then now we're heading to this new island. So yeah, I think counting this one is what 7, 8 left. I don't know. Whole bunch left before we even build up the world. that's probably step 1 of the game. That's like the first half of the game probably. So we'll get there. 60 hours down, 600 to go. Laughing so hard? What you been looking at? It's been making you laugh. Avon. Alright, we're at Newtown. I do want to go back to the fortune teller. I mean, I'm assuming, obviously, well... So I've been wondering... I think I realized why the fortune teller, it feels like she doesn't tell you all the panels, right? She seems to tell you about the panels that you need for the next pillar, because we do find fragments that are for pillars that we don't have all the pieces for yet. So she probably tells you about the next fragment for the next pillar you need. Which is why, like, she never told us about this one until now. When we needed to, like, the last piece we needed for this one. That's the bottom right corner of the land. Let's see what she says where the next one is. Make sure we didn't just miss another one somewhere. Diantha, Clarice, and Anthuria. Good old Grand Blue. This could be a fun series to get into. Well, I guess there's only like one RPG in the Grand Blue series so far. At least that came stateside. Where am I going? Alright. I took a quick look to see if there's anybody else for our town. I wanted to make sure there's, let's go on the easy ones just to see if there's anybody else that wants to join our town, because I don't think there's anybody who's joined recently, so... Unless our town is maxed out until we, like, change around the characters or whatever, but... Oh. Can see a stringed instrument, unfamiliar to me, and an aged music teacher as well. That doesn't ring a bell, so obviously it's in the next area. It's basically it. Alright, so... Musician, aged music teacher, yeah, definitely new area, not old. Horny mode, 70% of their episodes. What about the 30%? She's super horny mode? Too much pheromones. I never rested at the end, did I? Like, 3 MP, like what? Let's go do that right now. Yeah, I did, because otherwise I wouldn't have remembered which pillar to go to. But, I mean, I came back to the present just to make sure, now that, you know, I know which pillar it is. I want to see what the fortune teller had to say in terms of the next fragment. And I want to go, like, see if I can find more people for my town. Well, at least now I remember which pillar, because try to remember which pillar is the next one. If you didn't actually save there, good luck. That or, you know, write it down, obviously, but I guess I could have just written it down or whatever. Yeah, like there's 2 other characters that's supposed to join our party at some point, according to the manual, which also means there's probably gonna be somebody else leaving my party, which is bad. I don't know if it's gonna be one of the new characters that's going to join us or one of the pre-existing characters. But at some point, we're probably gonna lose another character. I wonder if when I'd prefer to lose let's say it was one of these 2. Probably Maribel more than anything. Because Gabbo's got a pretty strong attack. Like, he's a pretty good damage dealer. Maribel is basically like a support character, which could be replaced. Like, say we get Ira, whatever her name was, and I can always put her as change her into a cleric or whatever. But of course, I'd have to start from square one again, which would be a pain in the ass. Hey, Saxo, how's it going? Snips out of it and overheats. Let's see if there's anybody else for our town here. I haven't seen anybody else to add to our town in a while, so I'm thinking we may be maxed out. So maybe we have to start dumping people. Hey, Bagel. How's it going? Yeah, I'm not seeing anybody. Let's go try to dump somebody out of our town. So we'll try to we'll try to build the town. Like, I don't know. If I want a casino, probably like the only thing I've seen, which very likely because it's a casino town, would be bunny girls. You just need more bunny girls. I wonder if the ones that want to move away are like different every time we come and visit this guy. Asks to move. Merchant. Well, let's get rid of the farmer. I mean, farmer is not going to give us a casino, I'm sure. Nothing but running girls and casinos. You know it. I can never come back. Well. Oh, yeah, don't want to leave. Don't want the dancer to leave. Prisoner. We do need a mafia presence. Can't have a casino without a mafia presence. Halfling would be the only one here that. Well, let's just see. Since we got one person move out, let's see if somebody spawns right away, kind of thing. If it does, that means we're probably at capacity, at least for now. Maybe there's still room to go higher, but we're just at capacity for the current point in the story. Easiest one is probably Mentare, just because you can... Well, I guess, I mean, there's a lot of towns where you can just go in and out of a building, but... Sort of like... Zoom out as soon as you go in. It's probably faster going in and out of a building than going in and out of the world map. I didn't notice where that guy came from originally. Oh, here you go, bunny girl. Sweet. Lucky. Many here are also dull. They make my bunny soul want to cry. I have fun customers that are dirty-minded enough to try touching me more. What? The hell, game? There's someplace at the bar with lots of super dirty-minded old men hang out. I don't know if I want her in my town, but... She seems too kinky for me. Sounds like there might be a lot of dirty old men there. My name is Carrie. Thanks for your help. Yeah, slutty bunny girls. That's what we need for a casino. See if that does anything. I'm assuming... I'm assuming you won't see like a change right away kind of thing. Like... Always looks like a friggin' ruins on the outside. Yeah, I mean, there's no change, like... They're just doing their jobs. Hey, they became bunny girls, right? I mean... There's only a certain mentality of person that can become a bunny girl. I kind of forced Mary to become a bunny girl, but she only became, like, third tier, in the list there. She was second tier intelligence, so I imagine a couple levels should be high enough intelligence to be number 1. Okay, he doesn't need to go this whole spiel every time I ask him to move somebody. Traitorous, well, we definitely want a sister. That's one thing we don't want in a casino town, would be like a bunch of, you know, a bunch of priests and sisters. Sorry, Miriam. Let's see who else we can... Let's get rid of this farmer. Definitely don't need farmers. I mean, there's no way that has anything to do with the casino. Halfling. You just have like regular, a female and a woman. like this is generic, so I doubt the halfling would have anything to do with it, but he does seem to want it to play with, like, to make some quarrelings. So yeah, XP, how's it going? So let's see. Let's go to the Falrish Church. That one's pretty quick. It's like right at the entrance, easy to spot. So we dumped 2 people, right? So let's see how long it takes to get 2 people. My sister's older brother and now a pretty little girl. Gotta build the harem. Can't have a harem series without a million girls going after you. I'm at... Spawn already. Spawn. 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 It's the best place to find bunny girls in the middle of a church. "15 or 17. Dirty old man, you." What the hell? Alright, seems to be getting really hard to get people. So maybe I wasn't capped out. It's just really freaking hard to spawn people. Oh, no Puff Puff yet. I'm disappointed. I figure if we get a casino in our town, then maybe we'll have some Puff Puff going on. We got a whole bunch of bunny girls. How many bunny girls do I have now? Like 6, 7? I don't know. Got a whole bunch of bunny girls. Okay, what the hell? Let's try 5 more times and we'll move on to a different place, maybe. Or I might I'll get like a priest or something. Yeah, I got 2 people. I dumped 2 people out of my town, so there should be two, at least room for 2 more people. Huh. Let's try. I'm trying to think of other inns that were like easy, like you don't have to like, move into the inn to look. Probably go back to. I'm sure some of these later towns probably have people that can show up, but well, let's check actually. Because if I didn't have room in my town, they never would have showed up at the inn. So let's see. Assuming they show up in the inn. Let's check the church first. Problem is, this inn here is big, so... Just think it's spawned on top floor or something. Or in the bar or something like that. Trying to think of people who weren't here. Corrupt nuns into bunny girls. Well, there was one nun who was kind of like... who seemed like she would, be more into people who like her, not, her god or something. Or... with a random cow here once, which is the weirdest thing. Dump the cow, we don't need cows. I'm sure the cow would be good for like a farm or something. I might like we'll see another like farmer or nun or priest or something. Okay, like why is nobody spawning? I took 2 people out of my town. There should be room. Maybe we'll go back to the herb place. We were lucky there. One of the places, I mean, it's weird that they even give you the place where you found the person in the list. I wonder if that has any sort of effect in what kind of towns you get or just the profession that they're at. Or if there's like a max, but freaking hell. Get out of my inn. Freaking nun. As you can see as soon as we go in. Had to be a nun. Should talk to her anyways just to see what her spiel was about. So they definitely can spawn, it's just it seems to be very hard to get people now. So it definitely seems the closer and closer you get to like the filled capacity, it just becomes harder and harder to find people. I should change towns. It seems like once you spawn somebody, it's really hard to get them to spawn again. Let's try the Engao Inn. This one's kind of hard to see though. So you have to go deeper into... I know where they spawn relative to... Oh, either way, you pretty much have to go in to even see. It slows things down quite a bit. Release year. What's the year? 2022? It's coming Q3 2030. 2022. Yeah. It's not much of a release date. It's coming in over a year from now. Like Q4 2022. Like 2 years away. Oh yeah? Wow. In development times, some of these things. I hate this in. I'll try like 5 more times this and then we'll move to another end because I hate having to like move all the way in. You'll try that church again. Sure seems to be the easiest one. Alright, screw this place. There's also the Estard, or the... Yeah, the Estard in... That one wasn't too bad, I don't think. Father's Church, Orphan. There's the Mezar Inn. We've only seen one person there, even though I tried multiple times. But again, we might have been capped out. Same thing with the Dharma Temple. And I bought development rights for Platinum Games. Oh yeah? Kinda sucks. Should be able to spot somebody from here. Nope. It's a trader. I don't know. Like casino, traders. Maybe. It's better than a nun and a farmer. Can always dump him afterwards. You tell my uncle about it. Maybe if my uncle goes there, the place will just totally turn into a casino. Let's check Mezar. Well, it's nice at least that they're getting a North American release. The more games, the better. I don't know where they stand in that inn, I don't remember. Don't know if it's something I have to like go deep in for, or... Oh. That guy, I don't know. Years has passed since I was decommissioned. I hate being on land at first. I was like a sailor. Oh, sailors, casinos... Memories of binge drinking, likes bars... Sure. Give him a shot. Alright, so I'm curious now if we're actually maxed out, because I was trying to spawn other people, but it seems to be really hard. So let's just try a little bit more of the Falrish Church. I don't know why this one has a stupid anti-teleportation thing. It might be, it's probably because story element-wise, like they don't want you teleporting out of town before you go to a certain location during that whole thing with the mermoon thing. So they have to make it so you can't teleport out. Hey, Dex. Who's it? Who's hanging out down there? Hopefully nobody. How's it going, Dex? There better not be anybody hanging out down there. Okay, so we replaced the 2 people we took out, so if we get another person spawning, means we're definitely not at capacity yet. It doesn't feel like we are, because if you look at the list of people that can join the town, or those people in town, there's still like a bunch of space left in the last text box. I didn't know, like I didn't even count how many people we actually had in our town. I'll try 10 times here and just go count, see how many people are in our town. Oh. How's that physically possible? Oh, it's not. It's anime. Alright, nobody spawning. Alright, let's just go check. Let's count how many people we have. So imagine whatever the cap would be like a nice even number. Like they wouldn't have like, I don't know, 43 people as the cap or anything, right? Like 50 people would be... How many people do we even have now? It feels like 50 seems too high. Maybe like 30-ish people we have now. Yeah. Okay, so we got 3, 6. We have 8 per page. We have 1, 2, 3. So we have 24, 25, 26, 27 right now. So yeah, so definitely feels. Let's say if there's 8 per page, and let's see it's going to fill exactly. So it'd be maybe a multiple of 8. You assume there's not like a page where there's only like 2 people or something like that. Oops. So 60 people? Or if it's 60, like 40 people, I should say. So 40 people will be a nice even thing, possibly. So right now we're at 20. What did I say? 20. We're 27. So definitely, we're definitely not at the cap if it's 40 people. Just warp to the end screen, yeah. Somehow go on behind these stairs and there's just like a warp point to the credits. Incredible credit skip. Rocks the speedrunning community. Yeah, so it definitely doesn't feel like we're capped out, so I'm thinking like 27 definitely does make sense for capped out. So maybe we're just stuck story-wise. We have to advance the story more, maybe to get more people in here. So I won't worry about trying to build up the town more. Or to manipulate the town. So let's go back to the payest. So it's the bottom right land one. Let's see how many islands are left, actually. We have 1... 2, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6. So we have 6 left, not including this one, so 7 with this one since we just started. So 7 left. We'll be there in no time. This one looks like a pretty big one too. It looks almost like North America. Alright. We will find new weapons soon. New boomerangs. Infernal. Both the Raven Infernmore. Potatoes. Tater tots. Magician. Why am I not getting new abilities? What the hell? Must be all spells. Like last time I leveled up, I didn't get a spell either. So she's probably getting like spells she already had naturally as her character, like sap, or I'm trying to think which ones are traditionally like mage ones. Sleep, probably. Surround. Surround probably more of a cleric. No, we didn't get surround as cleric, so maybe maybe surround sap. Like the spell we got so far was fireball. Yeah. It's probably like sleep and sap or surround, the ones we picked up. But I mean, we're basically getting mage in order to get the sage, so it's just the stepping stone more than anything. Mage itself doesn't really matter. The Harvin. Level 21. 2 intelligence, that's it. I was hoping she'd get enough intelligence that she'd top the charts. Maybe she does. I don't know how much intelligence tops the charts, but with the intelligence glasses on, she's number 2, so she's definitely very close. I imagine once I hit Sage, I should be able to top the charts for that. Alright, so the only thing we can do is the town. Lightning Mouse, yes. He says puka puka for some reason. Musician left the village this morning and said he was going to Huzu in the south. If you want to catch up with him, you better leave early tomorrow. Right, so obviously this is where we're going to begin the next piece. It's a musician, it's like a musician teacher or whatever. Or just need to like master bard in order to continue the story. God, I hope they don't do shit like that, where you have to have like a certain class mastered to continue the story. That would suck. I mean, I eventually want to get Team Idol, but I mean, I want to get. I probably want to. When Aerie joins the party, I'll make her a teen idol. Because otherwise, like for Maribel, I mean, maybe when she hits Sage or something like that, I can work on teen idol. But you have to level up 3 classes: Bard, Jester, and Dancer. Teen Idol doesn't seem that great, but maybe he has some cool abilities. Musician. La 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 la, tra la la. Oh, you scared me. Get the tune that Wandering Musician played yesterday out of my head. Can't stop humming it. I'm too old for this sort of thing. Back there. Oh, let's exit. I'm the chieftain of this village. What? You've never seen a female chieftain before? What? What sexist is that? Yes, I have. Haha, honestly, I like that. By the way, have you seen much of the village yet? No. Why don't you look around a bit more? It's a small village, so it won't take much time. So seeing that tunnel through the mountains is closed off. We're deep in the mountains, so there aren't any inns here. Why don't you stay at my house? Not yet. Nice, well, feel free to come to my house if you change your minds. So obviously we have to stay here tonight. Wow, the echo in this bathroom is great, isn't it? Wait a second, what are you doing in my bathroom anyway? No special books. Tiny metal. Are we up to 50 yet? We're gonna have like 100 tiny metals by the time we find the tiny metal king. I mean, the diary of what's his face. That's the last thing he'd mention is finding the tiny metal king, so it's gonna be. We're probably close to the point where we can meet him. I wanted to try this like silk tux plus silk hat plus bow tie combination. See how that puts us in the appraisal or the style rankings. The customer. How unusual to have customers 2 days in a row. The customer who spent last night here was an old traveling musician. I thought an old man traveling at his age was odd, but he was playing wonderful. If only he had come a day earlier, he could have heard his music too. What a shame. What a shame indeed. Why is there like 6 beds here? Like, I mean, this place basically is an inn. There's definitely not 6 people who live in this house. The old woman, there's this woman in the bath, and there's like maid upstairs. Maybe the priest stays there at night. Tunnel is closed at nighttime. You should go to the chieftain's house. Maybe I'll just stay here. Why don't you spend the night here and come back tomorrow morning? Great for villager. It's really hard to look straight on at things when you're like beside it. The game wants to like automatically push you around it. And if you're like looking in a different way, you can't like expect it. Hell. Can't look at that. Staircase at the edge of this village is an entrance to the tunnel through the mountains. If you go south, you go through the tunnel. You'll see Huzu. If you go northeast, you'll see Hemelia. When I can inspect this one, I just slide off every time I try to look at it. Eh. Totally worth it. It's the wrong side. One day there's gonna be something on the wrong side of this. Damn it, man. This one's hard enough to access as it is. To be like dead on, otherwise if you're just off 1 pixel, you're sliding off. Oh, nothing. I bet. Gotta pay your respects. Close enough. The musician visit. Village yesterday played wonderfully. Since he left early this morning, hope you'll visit us again sometime. Mountains to the east. There stands an old tower without a single path leading to it. I wonder who would build a tower so deep in the mountains and why. Alright. I think we've done everything we can in this village. Hey Chris, how's it going? Such fancy music. How late are you playing the Sleep Land? I think we're missing something interesting that's happening in the village. I've been doing good. Making some progress in this thing slowly but surely. Very slowly but surely. Where'd everybody go? It's always very spoopy when there's no music. Take his chest. Jump over the counter. It's knee high. God damn it. Can I go in this house? Some are smashing these. Everybody's gone. They're all dead. Somebody took away all my flowers I put there. So bad. Door's locked. Let's put down. This is the... What the hell is this? What was the name of this town? Let's see, that was the Southwest Landfiller. Don't know the town name, but I still know the location. Sure. Dynamite. How are we up to now? It's annoying tiny metals that don't stack for some odd reason. So we're almost up to 50. We're 49? Yeah, 49. We're one away from 50. Moon herb. We're gonna start getting paralyzed. There's a small fishing village called Huzu at the south of here. Beyond the mountains to the east is a village called Hemelia. Wherever you go, I recommend making frequent entries in your adventure journal. Hemelia. So is the musician like the Pied Piper of Hemelia or something? Seems like what they're going for with the name Hemelia. Hemelia Hamlin. Close enough. was Avon, I guess was the town name. Not like I'll remember that. The fact they put a church here is like, you're gonna need it. Muddy Man. Giggle strangely. Who's giggling now, monsters? It's pretty sad that priests have a stronger attack than mages. Well, I guess I'll have Boom with the mage. That's probably the last ability they get. I've yet to see those Muddy Men attacks, so it's always scary. Here. Brother wants me to follow his path in life, but I don't think that fishing suits me. I really want to go to Hemelia and become a poet, but I just don't have the confidence. Really weird temple. Little shrines that are just in the middle of, like, middle of nowhere, exposed to the elements there. It kind of sucks. It starts pouring rain, they're just standing out in the rain. Stop, wait. Leave the dog alone. Leave him alone, kid. Leave him alone. Leave him alone. There. Poor dog. Alright, dog, chase the kid. Ha ha ha. Tables have turned now. Late last night, the old musician stood on the beach, endlessly staring into the sea. He looked awfully serious. What do you think's going on with him? Laugh, acorn. Not like rock, like acorn. Sea seems strange lately, as if it's frightened of something. I've never seen the sea quite like this before. Hope nothing bad happens. I'm sure nothing bad will happen. One method of fishing is to push off before dawn even breaks. Seems like a really dangerous thing to have on top of a big wooden tower. A humongous, fire pit. That's why we have a lighthouse here. Sephiroth saves lives of the 4 months. Thank you so much for the support. Saves lives. How's it going this fine Saturday morning? Well, afternoon. Close enough. La la la. Nothing like humming a ditty to make chores go faster. This is a tune that sticks with you to boot. To boot? I don't know about it. Can a man that age continue working as a traveling musician? My kind of skill, you'd figure he'd get hired as a private musician for a king. Nothing in this house. Oh, traveler, welcome here. The village is called Huzu. Huzu! Despite a remote location, we stock excellent weapons and armor. Let's hope so. Take this battle axe, for instance. Isn't that a generous price for a weapon of such obvious quality? I need some upgrades for weapons. Shears, which nobody can use. Maybe that means we're actually gonna get a new character soon. Nobody can use it. So hopefully, cross my fingers, we're actually gonna get our 4th character soon. Oh man, that is a lot of attack power though. But I'd lose my boomerang. This power fist. Yeah, this might be a good idea for Gabo, just because Mist probably just uses the surround ability. Because with Gabo I can use that wolf howl thing, so I don't necessarily need the boomerang with him. 7100 though. Screw it. Battle axe. I mean, I could afford it if I got millions of things to sell. Power fist. But man, I mean, I could. I don't know. I know as soon as I buy it, it'll be like, oh, here's a new boomerang. What armor? Viking. It's very slightly better. Platinum shield. So far our dolphin shield is still the strongest we've had access to, so. Viking helmet. It's good for Gabo. It's a pretty big boost in defense. Not too much defense increase for land, but Gabo definitely needs the defense increase, so. Yeah, let's buy this for Gabo. Alright, what do we have to sell? Selling things in this is such a pain in the ass since you have to do it one at a frickin' time. So all this stuff I've been hoarding because I was thinking, class changes actually change the equipment you can equip, which isn't the thing. And I can get rid of it all because it doesn't really matter which class you are. Which means Mary will be the worst warrior ever. He was wearing a turban, yes, he was. You can't even like sell more than one of these. You have to like sell them individually. Such an annoying system. God. This game seriously needs some quality of life adjustments, which they probably did in the DS version, but man, for a late PS1 game, this is inexcusable. Five of these. So I can buy that battle axe now. I still have tons of stuff I can sell. Tons of stuff I can sell. And garter belt is worth a lot of money. Gotta keep that for my, I'm surprised garter belt isn't the thing that tied the bunny outfit together. It was the tights. The mighty Harry Potter, yes. What a game to follow this one, right? After playing 150 plus hours of this, hopefully playing a Harry Potter game. Alright, let's buy this. No special fix. It hurts. I mean, I can switch in and out. If I get a big group of enemies or whatever, I can switch out. Because we do have the stuff like roundhouse kicks that can hit groups of enemies, so I do have abilities of... Customers, it's too cramped to come in right now. But just... No. Nothing in his hanging sack. So you're surprised to see a weapon shop in a tiny village like this. Although sea monsters have been getting quite a lot tougher lately. These days when people go fishing, they feel safer with a weapon or two handy. Strange engineer never seen before. It sounded absolutely marvelous. The old man was an incredibly skilled player. He stayed in the inn last night. He's probably still there. Lum lum lum, tra-la-la. It's a lovely melody, no matter how many times I repeat it in my mind. I wonder if the musician is still at the inn. I'd sure like to hear him play again. You heard me. We've always served fresh fish to customers, but our fishing yield has been rapidly decreasing. This is an ill omen. I'm gonna feed them canned fish. Ah, you wish to know whether an elderly musician is staying here? Well, he was, but he departed early this morning. Said he was going to Hamilia in the northeast. We plan to go after him. You know where he went, so surely there isn't any rush. 45 gold, no. Trying to rip me off with your inn prices. The traveling musician who came here yesterday really made his rounds. He played all over town, as if he wanted to impress every last villager. What a show-off. I shouldn't complain, though. It was a very good show. All our attempts to fish lately have failed. That's why there are all these guys with nothing to do, drinking at midday. You stay here as long as you like. It's strange that the fish would disappear like so quickly. Surely some kind of disaster must have happened. La-dee-da, la-dee-da. Yeah? So I'm singing. You got a problem with that? Yes. Stop bothering me. Mind your own business. Scram! Tiny metal. Alright, now we have 50 tiny metals on the dot. halfway there. Still haven't found the damn tiny metal king. Yeah, we already have 50 tiny metals. Like, what the hell? It's not bothering me. Right, it's the same thing either way. Sea monsters have been getting really tough lately. The number of fish have decreased. If things continue, pretty soon we won't be able to fish. Leather hat. Might not be harvest time, but we can't neglect taking care of the fishing nets. It's the only comfort for us, since we can't go on harvest anytime soon. So I went here, I went there. So we're basically done here. Alright, let's go to Hamlin. Or whatever the hell they call it. Amelia. Never mind. 47 damage. See, Boomerang could have done 47 damage to 2 people. Tower. It's a weird place to find 2 well lures. Just found some random wells in the middle of nowhere. Screw it. Keep using that for now. If I go to a boss fight or something, or big single enemies or whatever. See, like this one here, if these were all grouped, Roundhouse would have been good. Them being ungrouped, well, not so good. First time a mudman actually attacked us. Woolguard. Or one away from getting Max Shepherd. How's that doing? Level 5 fighter. Mary is level 4 mage. It's not the worst game, but yeah, it's definitely 61 hours and it still feels like we're early in the game. It's just, it's like, wow. Damn it. Welcome, dear travelers, to the town of Hemelia. I hate when you think you have like a lot of space before you can exit. It's like, no, the edge is like right here. Here the continents around the world have been cast into darkness, one by evil monsters. It's safe here for now, but for how long? God, grant us protection. Island. Yeah, that's what it feels like. This game feels very episodic, like that. Like each island is kind of its own little story. Sometimes, you know, you do get stories that kind of follow up each other. Like the one with Pepe in that, where we had one in the past and we had one in like 30 years afterwards, and of course the present. So you have kind of continuation of that story over the course of the game. And of course there's some themes that follow each other, like the whole petrification of certain villages with that gray rain. But overall they're pretty much standalone. And this game is super linear, so it's definitely one of those games that would be easier to kind of come back to and not really like lose track of where to go next. As long as you kind of know what, which island you're up to. So you have to like go check out every island until you figure out which one you have to actually do. But overall, definitely easier to do bite-sized portions of this one. Pink pearl. It's an equipment thing. Could be something for appearance, but we already have like a good combo for appearance, so. I'm on the island where we're chasing down a musician. We're in Hemelia right now. So we got like, after this one we got 6 islands left to do. Assuming there's no other pillars that show up afterwards or whatever. Destruct. Ooh, a dragon whip. What? Oh, come on. Seriously? As I buy this, of course, like, oh, here's one that hits multiple enemies and has stronger attack. Frickin' hell game. Urgh. I knew it. I knew as soon as I buy this, like, oh, an upgrade. I mean, it's not a boomerang, but still, it's better than a friggin' battle axe. And of course, this one here. As soon as I buy a friggin' power fist, here's one that's even stronger. Fuck game. Game man, ultimate troll. So how much do we need for that fist? 7,700. I probably have enough if I sell a whole bunch of shit. Man. So basically just threw away half my cash by buying those things in the other town. Definitely, I could probably sell one of these, but let's keep them both just in case. Keep one for the outfit. Salty sells seashells by the seashore. Some expensive tights. Wizard ring, we're definitely keeping all those. Alright, so basically sold everything I want to sell. I still can't afford both. Sell the boomerang, but no. Let's buy this here. Sell this battle axe and just buy that. Yep. Stupid. Enemy group. Oh, we can use it in combat. This probably has like fireball or something. Bahamut. Bahamut. What kind of armor can we not afford? Skirt. Upgrade. That's about all we couldn't buy at the other store. Can't afford it anyways, so... Probably could have afforded if I didn't buy the friggin' stuff in the other town, wasted half my cash. Just lost half my cash instantly there. Man, why do they have to have upgrades like 2 towns in a row like that? Worst thing. You know the next shop's gonna have a friggin' boomerang. Just to spite me. Have a nice little soak there, sir? Tell me you like to watch guys taking baths. Yes. I'll stop that. Yeah, sure. There's nothing in his hanging sack. Inventory? No, there was. It's a good thing for the fortune teller, because if it wasn't for the fortune teller, I mean, I never would have gone back there. I mean, she basically mentioned like the town of Roughnecks, you know, the desert town of Roughnecks. So figured, I'll go back to the area with like in Dharma in the past, and that's where we found. Apparently, I missed one after I did the stuff there. There was one that I never picked up. If it wasn't for the fortune teller, I never would have gone back there. So she saved my bacon. 2 sacks in the bathroom. Something you should consider consulting a specialist with. Our town's most prized treasure is somehow related to the moon. Ah, the moon. We're gonna have the mermoon. We're gonna get the carpet. Oh, maybe when we go to the present, this place will be underwater, and then we'll get the mermoon there. Because she did say it was like in an underwater ruins or whatever. Unless we get in the present, and then it's underwater, or we get it in the past, and it's underwater in the present. We travelers, how nice. How long to go on a journey when I was young? I travel with you, or where you have never been, or even where nobody has ever seen. How exciting. The bunny girls in the movie? That would be fantastic. Excuse me, you want to know if I'm a traveling musician? No, I live here. It's actually peaceful around here. When it gets this peaceful, I start hoping that some big crisis will occur. What? The hell, Grandma? It's too peaceful. I need war. I need death and destruction. Anywhere. Very sexy. Iron Spear. Something else to spell. Here the sea monsters near who's been getting more powerful. That'll help sales. As peaceful as ever around here, its weapon sales are slow. Sir, sorry, you can't enter a place like this. I can't enter through the back door? Is that what you're saying, ma'am? Check the hanging sack. Yeah. Bought that in the Dharma Pass place. Still haven't found the jailer's key or whatever opens up the jail doors. If these key let us enter back doors, I don't know. What do you care? You have a problem with that woman drinking alone at a bar? Young lady drinking over there is a real wench. You better not go near her. Sorry, sir, you cannot enter a place like this. Sometimes I think I can almost hear a human voice coming from beneath the floor. I just drink too much. Something like kicking back and having some fine ale. You travelers, please tell me some interesting tales of your travels. As he walks away. Back door, but there's like a... Yeah, we can go in down there. We have to go in from this one, or go down to the basement of this one, which will let us go underneath this one. Was there a lookout tower in a town as peaceful as this? Perhaps there was a war long ago. Oh. Or we can just take the boat. Stir seed. Long ago, there was a highly advanced city on a small island not far off the shore of the mainland. Gracchos destroyed the city, sending it into the bottom of the sea, serving as a reminder of the sea's demon's power. That rests undisturbed, littered with the broken bodies of those lost in battle. The people of Avon, Himelia, and Huzu, all descendants of the survivors of that attack. This town was built in the mountains to escape Gracchos. There's no record of Gracchos ever appearing after that. As I said, this was ages ago. Yes, this is definitely the place where we're going to find the Mermoon to get the carpet, magic carpet. Here or in the present, either way. Well, the view is spectacular, isn't it? You can see all the way to the Mount Tower. Another day of complete peace in Himelia. Excellent. They're not, like, raising all the death flags here, are they? It's rumored there's a treasure room filled with secret treasures in this village. The scholar at the lookout tower that the residents of Himelia and Avon were originally of the same tribe. Back there. What is this? A really, really tall table? Some sort of shrine? I'm training to fight monsters, but this area is too darn peaceful. Maybe I should move on to somewhere else. I could just afford a night. 46 gold. Shh, my mother saw me playing on the roof. She would be upset. Be quiet. Go down the well. For sure it did. I know. It's hard not to. Their wiggling tails, just can't say no to that. Moved here from the town of Avon to start a family. I wonder how the people in my hometown are doing. Have you happened upon Avon during your travels? What? All the villagers disappeared? Don't be silly. The village might be small, but there is no way something like that would happen. Should we take some bad herb or something? Bad herb. They say that long ago, a ferocious monster lived in the sea near the continent. Rumor has it that the beast caused the entire island to sink in the sea. Just thinking that something like that could still be around, doesn't it make your heart race? The moon that fell into the sea. The moon was very vain. One day, it let out a sigh, charmed by its own reflection in the sea. Oh, I've never met one as beautiful as you before. How I long to be near you. Saying this, the moon edged closer and closer to the sea. Before he knew it, the moon was on the seafloor, unable to return to the sky. A shaken god of the heavens created a new moon to shine brightly in the sky. The moon below the sea, surrounded by mermaids, shone in sadness. The mermoon. Bad herbs are nasty things. I can imagine. Alright, so I think we've done everything except go in the water. To the water! Whee! It's a very pointless landing. Is anything on here? Surprisingly not. Hello there. It's unusual for outsiders to make it this far inside. It's the town treasure storeroom. They say that it even contains items from Lost City. But it's guarded so closely I've never actually seen it myself. Just ahead lies the treasure of Hemilia. You must leave this area at once. But... It's probably the moon over there. I've been in here. Since my husband took up cooking as a hobby, life's been so easy. What's that? You find it strange for a man to be cooking? These days, any man worth his salt should know how to cook. It's gross. It drags on. I mean, 60 hours in, I mean, practically every other RPG, in 60 hours in, you'd be either done the game or, like, in end game. This one feels like we're still fairly early into it, which is scary. So definitely need a short game, that's for sure. Alright, so did we do anything special in this town? Looked at everybody, didn't I? Still haven't found the musician, actually. He's nowhere here. Unless we have to stay at the inn, he'll show up. Let's do that. Yeah, Dragon Quest is known as a grindy game, but this one is especially so. So we have the storeroom, which we can't access. There's no sign of the traveling musician dude. I think we talked to everybody. Where else we can go outside? We can't go to that tower, because we can't go across the river. See if we go back to the Avon place, maybe. Maybe the townspeople will be back now or something. This one days when men were men, PlayStation Master PC cases. Yes. Lots of beige. Little fireball thing. That's probably part of that fire fist. I didn't try. Yeah, it's one thing I didn't try using as a weapon yet, but. No appearance. He's still as ugly as shit. Nope, you are still MIA here. Yes. Good old back seats. A Dumbira and Enchanter. Enchanter is probably the more dangerous one. Dumbira is fast, anyways. Animation is fantastic. I feel like rare monsters in here. Fist animation. Ninja. War cry. I think that like paralyzes enemies or something. Enemies often try using it on us and usually fail. Alright. Maybe we have to like... we have to rest in the other town. Sucks when that misses. Need to heal Mary. I know, right? Ninjas love war cries, right? Well, they usually yell out as they're attacking their enemies in the dark. Try using this as an item yet. If I can select it, thank you. Oh, it's actually pretty strong. It's a good purchase. Assuming that's an AoE of some kind. No, single target. Still pretty good damage for a single target attack. Plus, I mean, I don't have to be using it to use the ability, so I can always get to like marry or something like that in order to use it once I, you know, once I outgrow it or something. Yeah, imagine that, right? I do get that double attack though with the if I attack with it. So I do damage and I do fire damage as well. It's filled with needles. They are those are the onions you get if you go trick or treating as a kid. Yeah, maybe we have to stay here because I mean he's kind of recommending us stay here tonight or something. So it's the only lead we have. So maybe it's gonna be like Avon where everybody's gonna disappear. Yep. There you go. So probably just have to rest in each town. We have to do it in order. How late are you playing in Sleepland? I think we're missing something interesting that's happening in the village. Apparently nothing's happening in the village. Everybody's gone. Actually, I'll be good in the next village, and then that guard will disappear from the storeroom, so I'll be able to seal the shit. Is there anybody guarding in this town? I don't think there was anybody guarding anything. I don't think there was anybody in here that was guarding something. Double check just in case, though. So spoopy. Let's do that again in the next town. Let's go to the inn and see if he mentions the, oh, there we go. Just have to do that, I guess. Catch him in the act. Such wondrous music. Never have been so moved by performance before. Bravo! That was marvelous, old man. Well, looks like everyone in town has heard by now. I guess it's time to go. What's that? You're surely not leaving already? Surely you needn't be in such a hurry. Do stay with us a while. Encore, encore. Well, certainly sounds good, but I'm afraid I'm in a bit of a hurry. Leaving already? Looks like the performance is over. It was so touching. I feel so happy. Maybe I should give everyone a discount in the inn today. I'll say goodbye now, then. Got to hurry along now, so if you'll excuse me. Damn it. Alright, yeah, I guess we'll rest at the inn. Everybody's gonna disappear, and then we can go get that. I don't know if it's gonna be the Merm Stone that's in the. It's in the underground place. If it is, then we probably have to go back to the present, go grab the carpet, and then because probably have to go to the tower and probably have to fly there using the carpet. Half price. Even gold isn't that like a 66% discount? It's not half price at all. For Dawnland, companions awaken to strains of lovely music. Where's everybody going? Looks like everyone in town is gathered together. I ain't going in there until I steal the shit. This way. Ah, that's right. Guess we need the jailer key. Maybe we'll have access to it soon. Let's write that down. This was Himelian or Hemilia. Hemilia. Southwest land pillar. Past underground. So I'm assuming that's where the Mermstone is, from the way the guy was describing. Is that guy was kidnapping everyone? Does that mean the old man is really a monster? I didn't sense it out at all. Whee! Well, I was gonna say maybe we'll get the key here, but no. Got a gate. Rock golem, iron turt. Guess we're switching back to the blade, frig. I'm surprised she did that much damage to an iron golem. Dead. Easily walk past those builders. No. Or it does more damage, or a regular whip, or like a roundhouse kick. It's 47. Stony puns. Too bad they're not the gold golems. We need some money after spending all the stuff we did last time. I need monies. All the monies. Oh, seems to probably do about the same damage. Obviously, if we didn't have the whip, it would be better. But with the whip, seems to be the same damage output. Just have to fall down from above to get to those stairs. Really? Really? Let's have all these ungrouped. Just to piss people off. You want to use group attacks? Nah. Can't have that. That one must be guarding. Raft is made of logs. We're gonna be underwater at some point. Yeah, we definitely have to fall from above to get to these things. Further up than this, I guess. You can fall down to the raft from here, but that'd be kind of pointless. All the dad jokes, all of them. I was hoping maybe falling down would like break through the raft, just covering a grate or a hole or something, but nope. Would that be where they... maybe this is where that hole was, or that stairs. Again, ungroup everything. God damn it. Can we till we get like an AoE? Oops. I get like a boom or something that can hit all the enemies. One thing that's nice about that wolf howl thing is that they never... You don't waste any wolf howls. Like, they'll always just do enough damage to kill something. You don't have, like, 3 wolves attacking something where it dies in 2 wolf hits. What, they want to take a bath with her too? That's very rude. Maybe they're all dirty and they want to take a bath. John Quest, father of all RPGs, certified time jokes must be told at times. That is true. It's a legal requirement. I guess we're falling down. No, I was gonna say, I guess we're falling down that hole, but. Hello, everybody. Let's fall down this hole first. Okay, good. So I was hoping I'd end up. Slime, kill it! Where'd he go? Funny he was hiding in the pot there. Hey, Captain. Yep, at least. Absolute minimum. Leave me alone, I'm not bothering anyone. So many humans moved to the top of the tower that had to come here. Huh? What are those people doing, you ask? They're on the 3rd floor, but they're on the other side of a locked door. Do you think it's because of that old man who came here? Can we, like, I don't know, steal his heart? So we can turn into a slime? It's pretty sad that land is slower than a bunch of stone golems. Aren't exactly known for speed. Thank you, now we can leave. Even the door is open, we don't know where we are. There's probably monsters up there. Not to be careful. Dude, you're in like a full set of armor and weapons. I think you're fine. If we managed to escape, where are we? All we know is that we're in some kind of old building. At night, when I was sleeping, I heard the tune old musician was playing. Half awake, I found myself drawn towards it, and when I woke up, I was here. Where am I? Where'd the musician go? Spiderweb? Looks like a whip. Is that a weapon or no? There's nothing but water in these barrels. They could have put in wine in one at least. No, there was no water in those. There's some spider webs and a little bit of gold. Musicians and things that have been prepared, right? Wonder why that old musician kidnapped us. Yeah, well, I don't think you have water anymore. Somebody broke all the barrels. On the priest of Avon village, our blazer temple is very modest, without so much as a roof. But God's divine protection is granted equally to all of us. Rest assured and give yourselves over to his protection. If we leave the temple, God will always watch over us. The most important thing for us to do is to hold our faith close to our hearts. So you came to see me after all, eh? I knew you would. God's divine protection shall be granted all those whose hearts are pure. We found their chamber pots. Only the most modest of beds. Would you care to take a rest? Sure. There's nothing to do. It's perfect time to sleep. The musician, he went up those stairs over there. Here, you gonna go see the old man? I can open the door for you. Thanks, kid. Avon, Huzu, and even Hemilia. What the hell is he planning to do by gathering all people from over the continent? A wandering bard must have been in league with the demon lord. If I don't do something, he'll sacrifice all of us to the dark god, and drink the blood for his sustenance. Pretty sure he's trying to save the townspeople, put them all high on this tower. I mean, it's clear this place is gonna get flooded. So this guy's like Noah. Because there's that raft at the bottom floor, so this place is all going to get flooded, and then everybody here is going to be safe because of course they're on a tower. And in the present, obviously, this whole place will be flooded. What if the town treasures are okay? Somebody must or might steal them. Perish the thought. I can't sell anything if I don't have anything to sell. I'm jealous of the guy next to me. Traveling merchant. Wares are always close at hand. Dark builders who let you build bathrooms and harvest the result. That sounds fun. Pixie Blade? 145 damage. Can't afford it, but curious if there's anything else. Do you guys like any other abilities? That's the thing that sucks with weapons when you buy weapons. They don't tell you if there's any additional abilities. It's like buy it and then, try it out. The person next to me has been talking to me all day, non-stop. I can't take it anymore. I just can't believe that old man is done. It's appalling. Oh, your new ones, yes? Yes, I know. Your trick, too. Old man used music to entrance us. You must be a monster. A coward. If I ever see him again, I'll beat him to a pulp. Huh? You say you don't care? And I should get out of the way? Why? You should have told me sooner. Phew, we're finally free. That old lady's stories sure are long-winded. The situation's getting worse. The withered bodies of these elderly are starting to atrophy. If you don't take action, they'll soon fall ill. The wonderful old musician was actually serving Demon Lord. That bastard. He took my love and admiration and betrayed me. I don't know if my shattered heart can take another blow. Now I'm going to die and bear an old hold like this. My life has been another disaster after another. First my wife left me, and my son went bad. Nothing good will ever happen to me. Stop, wait. Kid, leave the dog alone. Poor dog. Every time a kid... Not kid, so carefree. Damn kid. Leave the dog alone. Nope. Nope. Stop it. Leave him alone, kid. Leave him alone. Can't stop him. Huh? Oh, you were staying at my place that night, right? It's me, the Chief of Avon. Town came here, but I was worried because I couldn't spot you in the crowd. Why did you stay back there? 'Cause you didn't hear the magician's song? Wait, isn't the tower in the mountains? It has been long abandoned. Now, why do we have to be trapped in such a terrible place? What do I ever do to deserve this? I was so worried about being alone like this. I started imagining the worst. But the musician is positively enjoying the terror we're all feeling. What a sick man. I don't know what the musician is playing, but one thing's for sure. His song tranced all of us and let us hear. He's obviously no ordinary musician. I brought a bit of drink along with me. I'm taking quite a nip every now and then. I'll tell any of the others, okay? Doesn't go anywhere without a drink. He'd make a perfect bartender. He already is a bartender, isn't he? I mean, he's dressed as a bartender. This is from the same era as the Lost City. It's hard to believe that the musician is such a bad person when he plays such lovely music. You can't believe that. He's all saving your damn lives, jeez. You guys would all be dead if it wasn't for him. As soon as the floods start. It's probably gonna be very shortly. Can't make it through the hole in the wall if you're any bigger than me. There are monsters past here, so watch yourselves. Well, there's a raft at the bottom floor. So why is there a raft on the bottom floor, right? So the fact that the musician brought all the people to a tall tower in the mountains, so like there's nobody left in any of the towns now. There's a raft at the bottom floor of this tower, and there's the whole thing about the underwater sea there, which is where we're supposed to find the Mermoon in the present. So it's clear that this place is going to go underwater. Plus, I mean, the whole history about I forget the name of the thing there, but the NPCs were mentioning, and there's ruins in the sea. There was like, you know, some monster came and like engulfed it in the sea, and they had to climb up the mountains, which is where the villages are now. So it's clear he's coming back, and he's going to do the same thing. So it's a pretty obvious storyline, you know what I mean? It's quite obvious what's going to happen. Yeah, it's pretty much Noah. It's like the Pied Piper, Hamlin, and Noah. You even have Hemelia. They combine both with the name of the town. Hemelia is like Hamlin and Noah together. Let's see, I should start any time now. I wouldn't be surprised this guy's name is Noah. Huh? Haven't I seen you somewhere before? Well, that'd be a surprise, ever since every last person on the continent has been gathered together in this tower. I'm sorry for kidnapping everyone and locking them up, but there's simply no time to explain. What time did you say it is? Should we come any time? So it's finally here. Look on and gaze at the chaos which will ensue. Oh my god, the whole place is flooding. Super obvious. A perfectly positioned raft. See, the continent will be submerged beneath the sea. The villages and towns will be all underwater. I'm a Tula player, but I'm also pretty good at fortune-telling. I can predict the near future fairly well. I sworn to myself to use this power to help those who suffer at the hands of the monsters. I'm afraid the monsters might be behind this disaster, so I decided to help the people and take shelter in this tower. What the heck was that tremor and that sound? What? The sea's closing in. What? That can't be. Oh my god, it is. That's the watchtower in Himalaya. The town is completely submerged. You damn hoary fiend. What did you do this to? We'll let you get away with it. This must be the doing of the great demon of the sea, Gracchos. Yeah, Gracchos, that's the name of the demon. He was the one who swallowed the lost city beneath the waves. He must wish to sink the entire continent. This is bad. The flood is even worse than I'd foreseen. At this rate, the tower might not even stay standing. I guess the only answer is to go after the root of this terror. Sadly, however, I no longer have the strength to fight. I'd completely forgotten. Just before the earthquake started, a few of the men decided to go home and descend to the bottom of the tower. They wouldn't listen when I warned them it would be dangerous. I wonder if they're okay. I don't believe it. The door below should have been locked. Before I noticed, it was open. I can't believe it. They went down in a time like this. All we can do now is pray for their safety. Only had a bit of power left. What? The old man is trying to save us? Should have said so sooner, although nobody would have believed it. No one's going to believe that land has been almost entirely submerged until they see it for themselves. I'm sorry I doubted you. Those that ran away were fishermen, warriors from Huzu village. I don't know whether to call them brave or reckless. I guess nobody imagined things would turn out like this. I just hope they're safe. I guess the only answer is to go after the root of this terror. This truly is Gracchos' doing. He must have gained an incredible amount of power over the years. Trying to submerge an entire continent is beyond human comprehension. What just brought him to do this all of a sudden? We do have the dolphin, the dolphin shield. Maybe the dolphin shield will actually be useful now, after all this time. Wait, I must ask you something of you. I was a legendary Tula player for the Dijan tribe once. Well, Dijan, I mean, that means we might be getting that the Ira or whatever soon. We do have that one weapon in the shop that we couldn't equip on anybody, which definitely means we're getting her soon. I'm assuming it's her, not Melvin. However, my selfishness led me to break my pact with the tribe, and I was forced to leave them. Ever since that fateful day, I swore to use my abilities to help those who are being preyed upon by the monsters. So I guess that Tula is that the magical golden Tula? Is this the dude? Yeah, maybe this is the dude from the dude there who was getting married. Forget his name. Makes sense now. They're definitely tying some different stories together. This time, though, I am far outmatched. The monster's power is beyond that I had ever imagined. I suddenly do not have the power to fight them anymore. Take my oath as your own. I know you tried to defeat the monsters already, without telling me anymore. Yes, I thought as much. You people are much like the group of young travelers that saved my tribe long ago. They did it without asking for so much of a single thank you in return. It was a long time ago, and my memory fails to recall what they looked like. I'll never forget the fire you will I sense in their eyes. Their eyes are like theirs. That's why I decided to ask this favor of you. Can we please take on my vows and defeat the leader of the monsters? Sure. So you're willing to take this on? I shall assist you as much as I can. A great emergency raft. It is the base of the tower stairs. Please use it, and take this with you. Here's a rock I found in my shoe. This stone is my charm. Believe me, it works. I've taken on my vows, so please take it. Jumped from here? No. Since we have like an inn right here, and a saving point right here, might be a good place to grind a bit. Faster than trying to get spawns here. Was she made of cheese? Blaze more. I figured there's like an inn right here. I might as well do a little bit. Get some class upgrades more than anything. Well, I guess I can't go back, so I don't want to upgrade my classes too much. Because then I wouldn't be able to, like, I'd be like maxed out. These turtles are annoying, so maybe not a good idea to grind here. Seems like an annoying place to grind. Save. When the earth started to shake, I went outside and huge waves of water were surging forward, and I panicked and escaped here. This floor is already filled with water, so you can't go down. So you get the diminishing returns like you do with most group things. You use rent house. So it's basically the same thing as Using like the whip. It seems to do about the same damage too, so it's good, I guess, if I didn't have a whip, but otherwise, might as well use the whip. Whee! Man, this map got huge. Damn it, if I knew this was gonna happen, I would have stayed in the tower. Huh? Was the old man actually trying to save us? Can't be. Nobody can predict the coming of a flood, can they? What the heck is going on? No sooner had I managed to escape from the tower than I have to deal with the flood. What did we do to deserve this? The water has risen so quickly and without any rain. There's no ordinary flood. Could a monster have caused it? If so, it must be a monster who truly fears some powers. We rarely managed to take refuge in this lookout platform. But I wonder about those fishermen who are headed for Husu. You think they're alright? Nope, they're all dead. What's going to happen to me floating on a barrel like this? Huh? Are you rescuing me? No. Not long after moving to the lookout tower, the flood hit, so I have to stay alert. Not sure why. I'm not sure if we've seen the worst of it yet. There's no escape from the water anyway. Or they'll just entrust my fate to this barrel. Never mind, with a flood like this, things will be pretty much the same no matter where I run. If we could get rid of that water, that's another story. Let's put this down. Does the world loop around? No. Let's get a big void. Monsters. Piranha and putrefish. Where would the wolves come from? Which kind of makes sense, there wouldn't be any wolves. I'm sure they'll still show up because magic. Yep. They're water wolves. Most dangerous wolves of all. Planet Earth is vindicated. Yep. They were right all along. Can teleport back. Not going back for us. Kofu pengs. Change my cursor auto selection there. Go to this town. Nice. Is Hupu, I guess, the only place we can go? Probably that watchtower or whatever. Not the first time. I'm sure not the last time. We are land, destroyer of worlds. We're going to the sunken city. Do you know that they really meant sunken, right? Just how do you intend to get inside? You can't very well hold your breath. You can hold my breath for 5 seconds. Aren't you the ones who helped us to escape from the tower? Where's the city that lies at the bottom of the sea? What a strange thing to ask. If I'm mistaken, just sail dead west from this peninsula. You should be able to see it easily, even from the surface. Yep. You see that this flood is the doing of monsters from the sunken city. Oh, come on, this demon Gracchos is only an ancient legend. Just happened to stop off the village during my journey. Why do I have to get mixed up in this mess? You want to know the location of the lost city under the waves? Hell, I don't know. You should be crazy wanting to go to a place like that at a time like this. To the west. I was pretty much on the right track when I was following those shoals there, but... too far to the west, apparently. Not right there. The birthmark on Land's left arm suddenly got hot and started to glow. I totally forgot that birthmark. How many hours has it been since they last used that? Like 50? Some strange interaction between the whirlpool and Land's birthmark. Was the mark actually causing it? Hey Horace, how's it going? The Water Temple. There doesn't seem to be anything special about it. I mean, there's nothing special about it. Apparently that one had something special about it. I clicked too fast, but... First quarter of the game, yeah, pretty much, right? We're almost at the 1/3 mark in terms of time, probably. I wouldn't be surprised. It's gonna be a long one. And again, it's not a bad game, but man. These things are nightmare fuel. Great, now there's ghosts. Is he a ghost merchant? Not imagine how painful it is, simply existing, unable to do anything. When will we be released from this torment? No idea what compelled you to journey here, but I implore you, escape while you still have a chance. Do you think you have a power to defeat Gracchus? Quit joking around. A child like you is no match for him. When the dust has settled, you're going to end up just like us. It's been hundreds of years since I last saw a living human being. Our fates were joined at the city when I was sunk. The sea demon Gracchus cast a spell on us. We're trapped in this ruined city for eternity. Jewel bag. Avoided. Older sister. Long ago, there was a horrible earthquake and a terrible flood. Water filled the underground, and I died. Never found out what had happened outside. We're the first humans come since the disaster. Please tell me, has this place already fallen into ruin? Sure, so it is true. Thank you. I knew it, but I needed to hear it. Evil turtle. Evil diver. Why does everything have to be evil? Man, I really wish I had some AoE attacks. I wish I had a boomerang. It's tanky. Poison. What the hell is that? Hork heart. Great, I can turn into a hork now. That's what I wanted to turn to. It's gonna be a pain in the ass trying to like... I mean, we have regular classes, and then we have monster classes. There's probably some good stuff with monster classes. It just... I mean, I kind of know what I can get with regular classes. I'm assuming you can get some cool monster class, like, combinations, but... Just trying to go... Trying to make some monster class combinations seems like a pain in the ass. I feel it's just better not to worry about the monster classes. How long is this game? Too long. It feels like we're maybe a third into the game, if that. Like, I figure the halfway point of this game is probably gonna be the point where we finish building the world, and then something's gonna happen, and then, you know, we'll get to disc 2. It's my guess. Because we have, after this island, we have 6 more islands to do. And I don't know how long each of them are going to be, but overall, yeah. Oh yeah, I mean, I'm sure they cut out a lot of stuff, but it's still a relatively long game on the 3DS. It's definitely the longest game, by far. It's going to be the longest game of RPG Quest. It's really annoying that I can't turn the camera on. It's hard to tell where the hell I am half the time. 3DS version is probably better. Yeah, which is weird. I'm guessing there's probably ways of breaking the PS1 version easier, even though it's longer for like a normal playthrough. Well, the 3DS version is probably more, you know, like the bugs or whatever, or like easy cheese stuff you can do in the PS1 version you can't do on the 3DS. That's my guess. Evil Slash. Alright, sleep. Good. Now. Surrendering and memory leaks. Oh yeah. Well, the translation isn't too bad. I mean, there's a couple of spelling mistakes here and there, but overall, considering the amount of dialogue there is in this, the localization isn't that bad. I've definitely played games with much worse localizations. Especially localizations that just get worse and worse as you go along in the game. Like Wild Arms 2. Wild Arms 2 sounds pretty good, and then by the time you get to Disc 2, it just makes no sense. It's completely nonsensical, and like, what the hell am I even reading here? This thing is hard. Probably not well tested. And play through the speedrun in 2 sittings. So you have to exit the game, go back in, continue where you left off, kind of thing. Oh, that's pretty funny. I've had some games already with issues like that. There was a game, was one of the first PS2 games I played, actually, Evergrace. There's like a boss fight. Like I basically played the game for I don't know how many hours up to that point. Like maybe like 5 or 6 hours. up to that point, maybe more, 7 hours, and then I got to a boss fight where the boss was basically invulnerable, and I could not figure out why he's invulnerable. Like, I was trying everything to do damage to this guy. I was like, maybe it'll do 1 damage or 2 damage, and then at a certain point, like after trying a few times, I literally could not do damage to him. And I tried everything, like obviously reloaded my saves, and I figured maybe I had to do some more stuff because you could switch between 2 characters, which didn't make sense, but like I tried the other character and still didn't do anything. And eventually I reset the console, like I did a hard reboot, and then reloaded, and I was able to damage the boss like normal. So some weird memory leak that just screwed up the damage that you can do to this boss. Like, what the hell's going on here? So it's kind of annoying. So those are always the worst ones. Everyone's playing some naughty games again. Yeah, I mean, as a speedrunner, you could probably find the best time to do like a reload or whatever. But obviously, it definitely causes some issues in terms of, you know, getting the absolute best world time. If you have to like spend, you know, 30 seconds reloading the game or whatever. Of course, with a game that's like super long, like like this, 30 seconds is not much. Learn punch. I finally learned punch. Is that what I do with my fist? I close my fingers and like move it forwards. Man, good thing I took like many years of fighting lessons to learn this. I'm 1 level away from maxing out Fighter, which means Gabo is probably very close to maxing out Shepherd, which kind of sucks, because he's probably going to max out in this dungeon. We have no way of going back, so I'll lose some class experience here, probably. Sorry, old man, hope you didn't need that pot. How about that? Did you see how far this masterpiece of mine can fly? Impressive, isn't it? What's the point of a flying pot, you ask? Obviously it's possible for an amateur to appreciate my work. I don't know why I wasted my time showing it to you. Maybe notice how far it flew. Let's try that again. Damn, that was an awesome flying pot though there, old man. It's a super flying pot. Which means we're going to be using that soon. We're going to have to send some pots flying. God, it sucks that you can't turn the camera. There's something hidden back here. I'll never know. Doesn't seem like it. Death crab. Cow next year? Or is it this year? This year was the year of the rat? I don't know. Hit that switch with this. Oh. Guess it doesn't fly as far as I thought it did. What more crabs? Man, failed howling twice in a row. A human girl. Mankey. Mankeys are the best. Switch really press it? Sure. Oh. Thought I had to throw this pot with the switch. Is there any point of having this pot? He really wanted that future fish dead, didn't he? Kinda wish Len was faster than Gabo so I can actually, I don't know, attack first and then have Gabo finish him off. I think Len would be faster at this point. I mean, he's a fighter. A fighter should be fast. My character progression? I mean, there's a lot of classes. Like right now, we're working on our second classes. We're almost done second class for Len and Gabo, in which case we'll unlock like our first intermediate class. So I'm gonna go for Dragoon and Tamer. I think those are the two I'm trying to go for. And then from there, I'm going for Sage with Maribel. From there, what I'll probably do with Lan is I'll probably get him Cleric and try to make a Paladin as well. So we have like another healer, another Vivifier. Then maybe where would I go from there? I don't know. Just keep making other classes and eventually try to get to Hero. However I get to Hero. They're very vague with the requirements of Hero. There's also like what was the other two mentioned in the manual? There's God Hand and Summoner. I'm assuming God Hand is like, it's probably like a super like fighter, kind of like a like a monk with fists of fury kind of thing. So that would make sense. Having a lot of fighting classes might get God Hand. So maybe I'll go for Ranger. So I'll make him a Dragoon, Paladin, and maybe get Mage, and then get Ranger. So it's gonna be like 3 fighting classes. So that might get us towards Hero, or might get us towards God Hand, or something. Summoner, I'm assuming Sage is obviously a requirement. Probably Sage and Tamer. There's also this Teen Idol one I want to try out. I'll probably do with Ira whenever she joins the party. I don't know when the hell she's going to join. It feels like it's going to be soon, because now we have this second dude who's part of the Dejan tribe. Plus there was weapons at the shops that we could buy that nobody in our current party can use, which usually indicates that you have access to a new character soon, because why would they be offering these weapons that nobody can use? And the weapons are based on your character and not your class, so this should be a very tough looking monster. So I figure either Ira or Melvin is going to join us soon. My guess would be Ira, because the whole Dejan Bard dude, but we'll see. Yeah, they've got like iron stuff. Got like a kitten shield. We haven't found anything better than kitten shield for Gabo. We're wearing a leather whip. Well, for her, the leather whip is just there. I mean, I could buy better weapons for her, but she's not in the party for damage. Like her damage output sucks with weapons, so I'm just using it more just so I don't have to have Bless in that spot. Because if I equip Bless, then whenever I want to use it as an item, I have to like scroll over to the weapon slot in order to use it. If if I keep it here, then whenever I go into use an item, the cursor automatically selects this, so I don't have to like do some additional scrolling. But technically, it's a better weapon. Actually, no, it's not. It's a worse weapon, but either way, it's there's no point in actually equipping it as a weapon. Yeah, this time we had to hit the switch here. That's it. It's impressive that we can fight with our while we're still holding on to this pot. These things are strong against against wind, apparently. Gabo's howl ability is way too strong. Really? Ungrouped? Fine. Great, his howl ability didn't hit anything. Ow! Well, Gabo's dead. Jesus. This is not going well. Damn it. Oh well, fuck. Yeah, this is just going fantastic here, like fucking hell. Well, rip everybody. Jesus. That was ridiculous. We didn't have that much money anyways, so like, whatever. Luckily everybody revived for free, so yeah, we lost 2,000 bucks, but man, that was a heavy encounter. There's a bunch of those like Nessie things that just breathe fire. Had 2 of them, and they were constantly breathing fire and doing like 40 damage per person. So I just couldn't keep up with the damage output. just absolutely murdered me. Brutal things. Good thing everybody got a free revive though, because would have sucked. Yeah, lost a bit of money, but whatever. If I had like 10,000 bucks, maybe I'd be a little more worried, but so I only lost like 2,000. It's like, eh. So if I get another encounter like that, I'm running. I'm running fast. I went here, didn't I? It's the church. Oops. Dracos is a demon of terrifying powers. Possesses the ability to sink entire islands. Now the Demon Lord has granted him the power to sink entire continents. The Demon Lord wanted him to seal off the land and make it his own. Living beings, I don't know what your purposes for coming here are, but you cannot approach the Fane. There's a demon of frightening power inside. Yeah, like a demon that can breathe fire and do so much frickin' damage. If you're discovered, you will not escape. Put my... wait. Put my dragon whip. Yeah, Gabo, like... Gabo lost, Alright, okay. Don't use Informer against these guys. I tried using that howl attack twice with Gabo during that fight, and both of them failed. So, like, everything went wrong in that fight. Mimic? Ooh, a mimic. Not a carnet box. The real mimics now. You tell me earlier? What? That I'm gonna die miserably? Oh yeah, pulling the HD, yeah. Hopefully it went through well and nothing went wrong. Went well? That's good. So is everything working fine now, or like did it end up being the hard drive, or? So unplug the hard drive and put the SSD. USB 3.0 boot is not friendly. Was the whole like secure boot stuff too that makes things complicated? Oh crap. He successfully killed me, but my life rock saved me there. It's kind of annoying. Drive is the only drive now. Well, that's fun. Goddamn mimics and their beats. Does it work better at least than before? Hopefully. When I was alive, I was an architect. I made the 5 stone monuments at the entrance of the town. Look at the stone monument in the center. There's something interesting there. Alright, so coming all the way back here was basically pointless. Back to the entrance. Keeping the hard drive. Is this backup Windows 7? Yeah. As long as you don't store anything too important on it. Yeah, true enough. Evil turtles. So are we underwater or not underwater here? These turtles look like they're attacking us underwater. They're flying underwater turtles. There's a delayed reaction there. Thing like falls and breaks and then the switches hit. This looks scary. Now these can well, the other ones could explode, so I'm assuming these can explode as well. Ow. Let's resist cold. We're ever gonna get to the point where we need to resist cold. So we go into some sort of ice area. That'll be handy. Now we're further than where we were before we died. To be stunned. But again, why is everything ungrouped? It's super annoying. Murder this thing before it murders us. Get rid of the dangerous one. Yeah, and we never replaced them yet. I think we're getting very close to the next character though, because the last weapon shops I saw had weapons that nobody can currently use, and since weapons in this game are based on your character that you can, or the characters that you have, and not the classes, it means that somebody needs to use them. So we're gonna get somebody soon. It's either gonna be Melvin or Ira. My guess is Ira, because the bard that we encountered that brought everybody to the top of the tower is from the Dejan tribe. So I'm thinking after this, maybe in the present day of this area, maybe the Dejan tribe will have moved to this region, and we're gonna get her again. So that's my guess anyways. Yeah. The only thing I'm worried about is, I mean, there's gonna be 2 additional characters we're gonna get. We're gonna get Ira and we're gonna get Melvin. So that means that somebody else is gonna leave the party. Question is who? So, like, out of the 2, like, I'm assuming it wouldn't be like one of the new characters that joins us. Like, it wouldn't be Ira. Let's say Ira joins us, she wouldn't be leaving soon afterwards, kind of thing, right? So it's most likely Gabor or Mary. Out of the 2, the one I'd mind the least losing would probably be Mary. Because, I mean, right now she's our cleric, but I mean, at that point I'll probably have her as a sage, so I would lose like the heal us all in that. But I mean, I can turn Ira into a cleric if I need to. So, kind of hoping Mary leaves, because Gabo does pretty good damage, so it would kind of suck losing him. Because Gabo's howl attack is pretty strong, so. So let's hope it's not Gabo, but they somehow give us the ability of switching characters, but I doubt that, so it's more likely somebody else is going to leave. Bounce. Bounce! This is item combat. Let's give us like some sort of reflect thing. We can use it, just him right now. Let's try using it as an item. Maybe some sort of like group resistance thing. How do we get to that one? Alright, so just in front of land. Is that probably some sort of reflection thing? Goddamn fire. So much freaking damage. Let's see, well, only one of these guys. Having two of these guys is insane. Alright, so I'll probably have to... Where's that one that... we could hit from the... This one? No. I hate that fucking attack. And of course, he spews fire again. This is the worst enemy in the game so far. One of them is bad enough. You have two of them. You better run because you're dead. So this one down, I have to bring down, so this one... This is going well. I need to open up the menu. Oops. Alright, so I have to bring that one down. And this one. Two of these guys. Ugh. Should have run away here. Yeah, I don't want to fight two of these. One of these is bad enough. Two of these is like party wipe if I get bad RNG, which I usually do. Okay. Though that would get us down. The game's like, nah. That's not how you're supposed to do it. Seriously, game, what the hell? Apparently gravity is a suggestion. We can get like soft lock if we walk on that island right now. If we walk there, we're like, oh, we can't get back. There are like stairs down somewhere. So we a ladder down I didn't spot. Not great, get a freak. Let's go over there. I'm getting unlucky with those wolves recently. Man, these nasty AoE attacks. Sheep Lord. Man, that sucks. For maxed out with Shepherd down. We can't get back to switch classes. That sucks. Man, I knew that would happen. Yeah, we need to. Sheep Lord. I wonder if Stampede is better than Howl. It's probably equivalent to Howl. The Mad Sheep attack. So we hit 3 times there, but obviously that might not be all. More switches. Just when you thought you were done with this stuff, with these puzzles. Oh, god damn it. No. Damn it, y'all get a turn. just like Howl has a chance of failing. I'm curious if you get more sheep or less sheep than Howl. So Howl's 4. 1, 2, 3. Well, they're all dead anyways. Need to see if there's more than 4. Favorite console? Well, favorite console is probably the PS2. I mean, that's the one I played the most back in the day. Played a lot of PS2 back then, so yeah, probably PS2. Plus, you know, had a lot of RPGs and stuff. That's what really brought me back to playing RPGs, so. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so 4. So same thing as Wolf, but it might do more damage. It was doing like 60-something damage. I don't know how much Wolf does, but... So, slightly better than Howl. Maybe. Go that way. Yeah, it went on forever for sure. I mean, it was helped by the number out there. There was a lot of PS2s out there, so that increased the popularity by a significant amount. Hello. Yes, the first playthrough of this game. Up to this point, I've played 8, and of course I played all the other ones up to this point for RPG Quest. But yeah, it's my first time playing 7. So 63 hours in, and I know we're nowhere near the end, so it's gonna be a long one. We'll enjoy the ride while we're at it. Stupid sheep. We should combine the Stampede and the Howl at the same time. We would cancel each other out probably. Man, it sucks that I can't get any more class experience for Gabo. We can't go back and change his class until we're done with this area. Just need to get out of here ASAP so we can switch him to... We're going for a Tamer, I think. Alright, so we go up here. World Leaf. Okay, now everybody can revive. Of course. A massive fire attack. Yeah, it's definitely too long. It takes. You know, I liken it to like an anime series. It's very episodic, with each island kind of being its own little contained story, with sometimes, you know, or having some ties with previous stories. But for the most part, they're kind of self-contained episodes. So it's very episodic, but it definitely does drag on. Like 60 hours in at this point, and like 90% of RPGs we'd be done with. And the other 9% would be like an end game. And this one, it feels like we're not even halfway through yet. Like, it's crazy. Get over there. Sheep power. So I need to raise that one, so I have to hit that switch. But how do we hit that switch? So stairs there, but oh yeah, I'd have to go down and up and over and up. So we need to lower this again. I need to lower the water first. Yeah, for sure, but it's still, I mean, usually, most people nowadays and back in the day, you wouldn't be playing RPGs a little bit at a time. You want to be playing the whole thing before you move on to another game, because especially with RPGs, you tend to lose your place, you forget what's going on story-wise. If you like leave for, a month and come back. I mean, obviously this one's being a lot more episodic. It's not as much of a concern, but still, you still have to be careful. Or else it's very easy to, like... I mean, if you take a lot of notes like I usually do, it's not as bad. Oh man, these snowstorms. All these, like, really heavy-duty AoEs, they're nasty. Don't kill Mary, please. Don't kill my only reviver. I definitely need to get somebody else. Cleric class. Oh fuck, Mary's dead. Oh. I need to... we got that world leap and we're losing that world leap right away. I need to get another cleric, I think. So maybe after I max out lands, instead of going to Dragoon, maybe I'll go for cleric first. Unless we get, what's her face, Ira or whatever soon, in which case I'll just have her go cleric. Because only have one reviver is kind of a pain if they die. Yeah, well, I mean, this one you can't really play for 30-40 minutes a day, because, yeah, you wouldn't be able to get to the next save point in 30-40 minutes. But still, yeah, this would be a pretty big time investment. Like, for me, like, I'm playing this, gonna be, what, 3 days a week? It's probably gonna take me an entire month to get through this game. Playing 3 days a week, like 10 hours a day, so like 30 hours a week. It's gonna take me like a month to get through this, you know what I mean? It's pretty intense. Oops. For Dragon Quest fans, yeah. Which is weird that, after 4, like, we never got 5 and 6 stateside until much, much later, obviously. And, we got 7, in which case, how many Dragon Quest fans was there in North America at that point? Like, the last Dragon Quest people probably would have played would have been 4 on the NES. unless they played the remasters on the Game Boy Color. So overall, there wouldn't have been that many Dragon Quest fans, except for ones that had nostalgia from way back in the day. I don't know why I went all the way here. Well, Warrior gets stuff like, oops. Yeah, we have like heal more, heal us, upper, you have Blaze more, Infernos, Infern more. And they changed a lot of those with the later releases. That's the thing, with Dragon Warrior, like I'm sure most people, like myself included, in the NES era, played Dragon Warrior 1, that's it. I don't think many people played 2 and 3 and especially 4 back then. So there probably wasn't that many fans, which is also why we never got the other ones. So we never got 5 and 6, or any of the SNES or the Super Famicom remasters. I'm sure there's some nostalgia, but I mean overall, like I'm pretty sure this game probably did not do well financially. Being like a late release on the PlayStation when the PS2's, oh come on, game. Put these all in different groups. Putting these in, or the late PS1 release where the PS2 was already out for like a year and then some, where a lot of games are moving over to the PS2. The game is very old school when it comes out, so it's very outdated already. Comes out in the same holiday season as Final Fantasy X. Like this game in Final Fantasy X, if you had to choose one, I'm pretty sure most people would choose Final Fantasy. So it's kind of, this game probably got like swept under the rug, right? Grab for cutie. I mean, the 2D animations in this are fantastic, so don't get me wrong, but I mean, the game is very outdated in terms of its UI, in terms of like quality of life stuff, in terms of its look. It feels like an early PS1 game, definitely not a late PS1 game in any way. Oh yeah, sure, yeah. Some bosses can be quite brutal, and some random encounters is... Are we at the boss, actually? Speaking of bosses, this feels like a boss. How are we doing for health? Let's heal everybody up. Alright. It's just chilling out. I don't know. Looking at the sales numbers for 2 and 3 and 4, or not the sales numbers, the like the value of the carts, which are like very, very high. I'm thinking they didn't sell all that much. Like, I'm not sure if there's concrete numbers, but like 2 might have sold decently. But at the point where 4 came out, like 4 was already a pretty late release on the NES. So in fact, it was a late NES release as well as, you know, almost requiring, not really requiring, but very few people will pick up 4 without playing, let's say, 2 or 3, for example. So you have to have like the people who would have played all 3 previous ones before they even think of picking up 4. I don't think it did that well. But again, that's just a complete guess. Best-selling PS1 release ever. Well, I wouldn't be surprised because Japan loves this Dragon Quest, so it doesn't surprise me one bit. This game would have done fantastic in Japan. It's just outside of Japan. Like at this point, the last mainline Dragon Quest that we got was 4. on the NES, like two console generations ago, practically 3, considering this got released in the PS2 era, basically when the PS2 was already out for a year. So it's almost 3 generations ago, and like 3 games ago. I don't know. I don't think there's been that much fanfare for it, so I'm sure there probably wasn't a lot of advertising for it too. So it could have gone under the radar for a lot of people. Dragon Quest 3, yeah. Well, most of the SNES remakes are probably fantastic. Just never came stateside, obviously. $200,000 outside of Japan, yeah, for an RPG. Oh yeah, the NES version's probably got tons of advertising. This one, I don't know. I don't know how well this would have been advertised. I didn't even know about it myself. I mean, mind you, I didn't have a PS1. I had a PS2, but by the time I had a PS2, this game, would have been out, and then I would have heard about it or something, and it just completely, like, I wasn't interested in it at all if I even heard about it. I don't remember hearing about it. 8, I ended up picking up because of the demo of Final Fantasy 12. That's the main reason I picked up 8, and of course, I enjoyed 8 quite a bit. 8 was a fantastic game, but would I have picked it up if it wasn't for the demo of Final Fantasy 12? Probably not. So the demo actually got me to buy number 8 and figure out, hey, this is actually a pretty good game. I'm kind of happy I didn't go back afterwards and try to play 7, because I would have been really disappointed playing 7 after playing 8, considering the vast difference between 2 games. So. Well, the combat has to be fun. Can't be super repetitive. You need, obviously, a good variety of party members, so that everybody feels the same and just ends up being the exact same, cookie cutter. You need to have, an interesting story, which this game has. I mean, don't get me wrong, the story in this game is pretty good, although it's very episodic. And of course, decent pace. That's one thing this game definitely doesn't have, is the pace. It's like the slowest pace ever. So you pathetic mortals have finally come. This lost city is like my garden. I was already aware of your coming and your intentions. You must have seen the spirits. Those weaklings are slaves to this dying city. They're useful for surveillance and maybe as toys. Mwahaha. Where am I? Oh no, it's Gracchos. With my powers, I will provide these weak spirits with one more chance to do something. Ah. Please help me. Come and give it your all. I'm sure it will not be enough. There's like 20 of them, now there's like 3. Alright, before we start this fight, give me a second. I'm just going to grab a drink real quick, and I'll be back in a second. Alright, I'm back. The PS2 Slim last gen and Fat first gen. Yeah, I have the. I still have my original Fat PS2. I've had for many, many years. Still works fine. Mind you, I mean, other than the PS2 games I played for RPG Quest, I hadn't touched it in like, years, but. That thing's a beast. Those things last forever. I think the battle might be a little tricky. What do we do, Lamb? We die. It's not fair to control the dead and make them fight for you. Alright. Upper. Well, that thing just massacred that one dude. I'm still using the ability. The first fight was easy. Splendid. Even among humans, that fate is weak. Will be used for stepping stones for the strong. Intend to fight me, destroy the others, and show me your strength. Oh, the pain! Somebody help me! Please stop. Hey, Bo. How's it going? You're a horrible fellow. We won't fight those spirits. Well, that's the thing with RPGs. If the battle system is pretty shitty, if you are playing the game for many hours, let's say an average game is 50 hours, an average JRPG is 50 hours. If the story is good, but then the battle system is shit, after 50 years, you're just gonna get sick of the game. You're gonna get sick of the actual battle. You're gonna be like, this just sucks. It kind of takes you out of the game, right? It's a lot harder to keep going and advancing the story when you're not enjoying the actual battle system. At that point, you might as well read a book or something or watch a movie. Like you want to feel powerful in these games. You want to feel like you're getting strong and kicking ass, but you also want a challenge. So the game that has a nice balance of difficulty and, you know, power is great. Here, Magna Carta is pretty, like, meh. That's the thing, too. Like, sometimes when it's just a boring system, is probably the worst thing. I shall include you in my collection of toys, just like those weak spirits. You, who are you? No waifu for you, text. Wah wah. Looks like I got here just in time. I'm going to fight with you. Ha ha ha, how's an old man like you going to make it any difference? Even if I haven't got enough power to fight, I have a Tula. I'm not afraid to use it. Oh, pitiful spirits of those who have died, listen to my music. Return to heaven. Yeah, if you include the monster classes, there's definitely quite a few. I mean, the monster classes are fairly samey to the other classes. I mean, yeah, they'll have some unique abilities, but it's not like you're getting like completely new abilities that only the monsters have. They'll have like 90% of the same abilities you can get from other classes, plus maybe, you know, a small subset of abilities that are very powerful that only monsters have. It's music. I'm going to be released from this eternal spell. Impossible. How did you break my spell? Lan, let's show him what humans are really capable of. HP recovered. What about my MP? Men and his companions were restored in mind and body. You dare to defy me? Impudent fools! Your power is nothing against mine. I'll scatter you to the winds. Feel the full fury of my true power. Except you ran out of RP. Oh yeah. That sounds like fun. The guy seems really bored. He's just like, these pitiful humans always wanting to fight me. This one's really pissing me off. Let's see what his insides look like. Gabo, jeez. You can't estimate anyone who can sink lands completely beneath the sea. Where does punch go? Stored punch, power punch. Maybe I can like, you have to combine it with like Psych Up or something. Mocha-chan, how's it going? 21 months. 60 hours made past the introduction. I just barely made it out of the introduction. We're finally in chapter 1. We're out of the prologue now. Long time to see, yes. How's it going? Bunch of other weapons, yes. We're fighting some bosses and getting our asses handed to us, as usual. Where do these sheep come from? Oh, I gotta sap this guy before I forget. Beat down your party laughing. Ow. It gets hard. Alright, so... this guy will be dangerous. It's so long, yeah. That's probably the biggest problem I have with this one. It's too long. It's definitely a very nice episodic thing. If like let's say you're just taking a little piece at a time, but man, like 60 hours in, like practically every other game would be an end game right now. We're probably not even. I'm pretty sure we're not even at the halfway point. Oh, 195 damage, Jesus. The halfway point in this game is probably going to be the point where we finish building the land together. Oh, this guy hurts. Need to heal a bit here. Heal Gabo. You can do this. You need to heal yourself. Get our need to get our defense up here on everybody. Hey, Cora. We're probably not halfway. We're probably like I'm thinking we're probably more of a third of the way through this game. Yeah, you played 5. I remember seeing you play 5 on the Super Famicom. Did you play 6 as well, Mocha? Orm in San Diego. 10% in, exactly. 5 PS2 is 30 hours. Play 6 DS version, 7 3DS. Yeah, here the 3DS version of this is definitely better. It's definitely more streamlined. Not necessarily better, it's just more streamlined. You obviously improve the speed of this. Keep hitting the bard. That's fine. We don't need the bard. All right, so I think for now we're safe to do some more damage here. Sap his strength. Unaffected. I was gonna say, my shield finally does something. My dolphin shield actually did something for once. It took less damage from that water attack. We do all side quests? I haven't seen any side quests yet. This game hasn't even introduced any side quests, other than maybe building the town. It's about the closest thing to a side quest I've seen. I've been doing that as I go along. Yeah. Not only that, yeah, you get a lot of the same enemies. You get the same enemies for like 3 islands or something like that. It's a little too much. They could have cut out half of the islands, and the game would have been a lot better, I think. I'm sure I'll be doing as many as I can. I mean, even though this is a long game, it's not like I'm going to try to get it done as fast as possible or anything. I'm going to enjoy it as I go. Oh yeah, exactly. I'm very completionist by nature. Yeah, punch hits very hard. We don't have to worry about land for that tsunami. Oh man, double tsunami? Ooh, this is getting hurt. This is getting hurt. This is getting painful. Heal. I'm kinda happy we have that dolphin shield. Those 5,000 tokens well spent. They finally found a use. We've only had it for like 30 hours at this point. I think we're doing pretty well here. He'll probably be dead very soon. If not this round, the next round, probably. There we go. I'm really good at figuring out when enemies are gonna die. It's just like an intuition. Like every time, it's like it's very rare the intuition is off. Impossible. Do you think you can beat me? Big Grakos will never be defeated by the likes of you. Accompany me to the grave. Oh no, I can't swim. Whatever shall I do? There's no escape now. Humans shall perish with me. Ha ha ha. No secrets behind his throne. Retreat has been blocked by the water attack. We're finished. Actually, I was only kidding. Just wait a minute. Teleport. Let's get out of here. Let's get... See? The sea is receding from the continent's surface. I see what you see. I'm sure all the towns will be perfectly fine. We'll go in as if nothing happened, even though they were underwater for, like, God knows how long now. All the beds in the inns are going to be perfectly okay. All the torches are going to be, like, working. Thanks to you, the people of this continent are saved. I thank you. This time I really bit off more than I could chew. Year after year, I travel the world saving people, but I've grown old. It's high time I quit my journey. I could settle down and train a successor. That may be the best way to spend my waning years. I'm rather tired. You go on ahead. After you folks left, explain what happened to the people who were locked up. After realizing that the sea had receded, I imagine they went back to their towns and villages. Stones for us? No. So there's gonna be one probably in that town. What the hell? Hemlin or Hemlia? Where'd everybody go? You're the ones who defeated those vile monsters from us, aren't you? You knew that you had won when the waters receded. Most everyone has already gone back to their homes. I was waiting to tell the bard what had transpired, but I'm sure you'll tell him. I'll be on my way then. I want to get home as soon as I can. I'm sure they'll give us access to those treasures now. Yeah, well, luckily the fortune teller helps us out. I mean, there's one shard I needed to get to this place that I had missed, and if it wasn't for the fortune teller, I would have had a real pain in the ass to find it. But the fortune teller luckily told us where it was. It was when I missed in the it's when I missed in the in that city past the Dharma Temple in the past. I'm not sure what the city's name was, but yeah, apparently I missed one after I guess when I completed the town. It was a new building I had access to, and I didn't go into it. Lots of humans, they all went off somewhere. It's a real relief, but it's also a little lonely. So I'm quite happy that that fortune teller was there, because that would have been a miserable... I would have randomly gone there. Unless I, like... How do we get back? Ah, teleporter. Huh? You folks are still here? I thought I asked you to go on ahead of me. I'm trying. Let's now close the travel portal. We must return to Amelia quickly. Excuse me, but I shall take my leave now. I decided to find someone to train as my successor. Not all that good, but I should pass on the tradition. Anyhow, take this. Least I can do. Farewell, until we meet again. Fate should allow it. What did he give us? Just throws through some glowing shard. It's probably a shard of some kind. A wizard ring? It's 3 wizard rings now. Stock up on those. I haven't seen a musician lately. He hasn't left town already, has he? This is terrible. I had hoped to apologize for rudeness. Instead, I never got a chance to offer even a simple word of thanks. Alright, can we go to the... Puddle of water. All the flowers are okay, all the pots are still there, the torches are all lit. It's like they just got a little bit of rain after being submerged completely all the way to the top of this thing. Since you saved our town of Hamilia, we have decided to give you the town treasure, so please take it with you. The secret treasure comes from an ancient city. Alright, so we're gonna get the mermoon now, we'll get the carpet probably. Wind shard. Yes! Now we can get the carpet. Sweet, we can fly! It's a good thing we did all that. We did the preparation for this quest. Just didn't have access to the mermoon until now, I guess. 105 hours. This game is gonna absolutely blow that out of the water. That was Saga Frontier, and only because I played all 7 characters. So this one's gonna absolutely blow it out of the water. Well, I mean, the shard, I don't know, like, everybody seems to know these shards are, like, mysteriously ancient, you know, important things. The mermoon obviously makes sense. The whole story about the moon going into the sea, like, being enamored with his own reflection, going into the sea, and then, I guess, turning into this is like a piece of that moon kind of thing. Into the mermoon, handed down from generation to generation as Hamilia as a reward. Obtained from the lost city, the mermoon is the treasure to end all treasures. I struggle to think what the value of such a legendary treasure might be comparable to. A flying carpet, perhaps? I think it's the sort of thing where it actually exists, of course. I mean, that seems really specific, which is exactly what it's going to be traded for. Until it was you who vanquished the sea demon miraculous for us. Your actions bear your divine worth. Please take the treasure of our town. Entrance to the treasure room is under the saloon. Already done. Same style. Yeah, I mean, by the time this game came out, considering this is one of the last PS1 games to play, there's only 4 games after this to play. So this is like super late PS1 game, but it feels like a super early PS1 game. Like, the monster sprites in battle are fantastic. Like, no complaints about those. They're very nice. But the rest of the game definitely looks outdated. Oops. They definitely have the best, like, monster animations, the best 2D animations in this. Such smooth animations. Evil driver. No, we only killed 7. 15. So actually need at least 20 to get the next animation. We killed 15 of these guys. It's not like I'm gonna go grind more of these to get the multiple animations, but the game kind of makes you want to kill more just to get all the animations in your book. We're 2 away from getting the second animation of the starfish. I forget what the second tier was. I don't think it was 40. I think it was like 35 or 30 maybe. The second animation. The third animation, to say, assuming there is one. Defeat your first mimic. Best enemies. This guy has the best animation. We have not defeated 20 of these yet. Feels like I've encountered more than 20 Agrons. This guy only has 2 animations. Need to kill more metal slimes. Only killed 3 so far. It's just sad. Totally not Pikachu. No idle animations. Yeah, I don't know. It would have been too much to have idle animations. We killed 92 of these guys. I got 3 animations of this guy. So many nice monster sprites. Even the recolors are like different, right? They don't just recolor them. It's actually like a total change, like the Forester to the Were Tiger or whatever. Atticus, thanks for the raid. Welcome, raiders. We should go in this evening. What are you playing today? Black Friday pickups. Cool, what'd you pick up? You reuse most of the boss fights? Well, a lot of monsters in Dragon Quest games are reused. I mean, it seems to be a common thing, right? They just have a lot of the same monsters across a lot of the games. They just kind of tweak them up a little bit here and there, you know, add more animations or change them up. That's what keeps the games kind of classic. Just like the sound effects and everything. A lot of the music, a lot of the sound effects are reused, or at least they're remastered or whatever. They're remixed for later games. It always has the same bass. So yeah. Makes it cheaper to make too. That definitely helps. Stampede. Remustard. Mustard. Oh yeah, I need to go back ASAP because Gabbo's already maxed out for Shepherd here. That reminds me. Boom. I figured Boom would be the last thing for a wizard. So he's close to the end of Fighter. So she's 2 away for Mage. And of course, Gabbo's maxed out Shepherd. Let's go do that ASAP. Don't have to worry too much about the other towns in here. They might have some pieces, but... Flee! Murdered by sheep. What a way to go. I didn't have access to it. When we were in the tower, this place was flooded, so we had no way of going back, so I couldn't go back until we finished the tower. There's also this spot here that was locked. Maybe this spot will open up now. Oh, it does. Was there... I don't think there was any treasure in the other town. You know, we'll go revisit it after we change his class. Berserker heart. Man, we got 3 monster hearts now. We had the healer heart before. We have the berserker heart. We have the... What was the other heart we got? The Hork heart. I don't feel like working on monster classes. It's just not enough time to do it. Oh, you must be the heroes. Please feel free to enter Avon. I haven't saved after that, have I? Make sure we do that. So as soon as we change our class, we'll come back here and make sure there's nothing additional, like any additional pieces or whatever. I don't think there'd be any more pieces to find here, but don't want to take a chance. We can always double check with the fortune teller, since we're going back anyways. Not that she would tell us anyways. One land one, one water one left. One chunk of that water one already. We got a bunch of wind ones, so it's most likely wind is going to be the next. Wind probably. Nope. Definitely not the big one. It's weird that we don't even have to go to the present of this area. I mean, we're going to go back right away here. I'm not going to keep going, but it's not often that you don't have to revisit the place in the present. This is an optional area, which I doubt. Write down which one that is. I'm going to totally forget which was the northeast wind pedestal. Don't think we have any fire shards, but let's double check. We don't. Alright. So obviously that's the next place to go, but... Is there... Okay, so yeah, it was this chunk here. So I created this. I hate doing that. That's not the one I wanted to go to. Dharma. Alright, so for Gabo, I guess we'll just turn into a tamer right now. So I should have unlocked tamer. Sheeplord. There you go. Tamer, more agility, more strength, more guard, more intelligence. It's basically more stats across the board. More HP, more MP. So that's an intermediate class for you. Our first intermediate class. Although I guess Lan is close too, but I think I'm gonna make Lan a cleric first. Because, I mean, I eventually want to become a paladin too. But I think having a second person vivify is important. Having only one person that vivify is really bad if that person dies. So I'll finish off fighter, which is really weird that paladin is fighter plus cleric and not warrior plus cleric. That's really odd. Seb, how's it going? Still surviving, yep. Making some progress, slowly but surely. It's like fighter and cleric. Like when you think of paladin, you don't think of like a fighter. Like I think of fighter, I think of either like a martial artist or maybe like a gladiator or somebody who doesn't use armor, but he's like quick and does damage. When you think of warrior, you think of somebody in like sword and board with like heavy plate armor. Yeah, paladin is somebody as a warrior who like worships a god or something. Not a monk. I mean, if anything, I'd be more of a monk and not a paladin. Hey, well, thanks to the host. Oh yeah, I forgot to check how close we are to get fighter. We gotta be getting close. Probably like one thing away. 2 more times, of course. I guess we're coming back here very shortly. 20 more times from Mirabelle. Who wears pants this time of day? Well, monk. Like, when you think monk, you think of like the, of like martial artists, like Chinese monks who train their bodies at the temples there. So that's what you think. If you think of like let's say a fighter cleric could be closer to somebody who's like a Buddhist monk. You think martial artist monk, but who also trains in like the ways of their god or whatever, right? A monk, homunculus. It's a homunculus monk. Okay, let's go to a random place to level up, I guess. I wonder... Where was it? The... Peterwood? There's a place here that we can actually fight monsters. It was the tower here, wasn't it? Is that going all the way to the past? It's only 2 fights. Don't know if we're level... Well, I don't know. This was fairly recently. I'm assuming it's going to be level appropriate. Playing War Tactics on PSP, yeah. Big explosion. I'm pretty sure. Well, I mean, I'm sure the remake is different enough that it warrants playing both. So yeah, I do plan on playing it again. It seems like a lot of the PSP remakes have pretty big differences from the original games. So I feel it's worth replaying any of those remakes, like Tactics Ogre and the Personas, for example. I mean, Persona 2 is obviously its own thing, but even Persona 1 I'll replay. I don't know about Persona 3. I'll have to check more about that one, but definitely plan on replaying them. And of course, the battles are going to be completely different. That's the thing with tactical RPGs. Like every time you go into a battle, it's going to be a different kind of different fight. Monk class from Baldur's Gate 2. Yeah, monks usually are pretty good fighter classes. I remember having a monk in Neverwinter Nights, I think it was. They were pretty strong. Poison gas. Gabble learned how to fart. Everybody run. Just search for unplayed tactics or unplayed War of the Lions or something. It's going to be faster. Huh. Yeah, won't be for a bit. Only took us like, what, 4.5 years to get to 300 games? So, yeah. Wind Beast. Alright. We'll be there in no time. I can go Dragoon right now, but I think it's more important getting like Cleric early on, because obviously try to get the crappier classes out of the way earlier on. So let's do that first, just so we can get somebody else with Vivify at least. Jeez. Why is everything so far away? What the hell? 640? It's crazy, like we're already in the PS2 era, and in over 300 games from now, we're still gonna be in the PS2 era. Hello, in over 400 games now, we're still gonna be in PS2 era. It's nuts. Oh no, Lane has the whip right now. I'm using a dragon whip. The mightiest whip of all. Yeah, they were pretty late in the system's life cycle. '19 is a really weird one to start off with. Alright. So let's go to... Actually, over here. So we need to revisit the world and see... We need to go get that carpet, first of all. I need to... See if we can add anybody else to my town. So I don't know if the person that was here, maybe this person wasn't a random person, but it was like a static character, like I've seen some of those other towns. Yeah, I don't think it's a normal spawn. First, we need to go visit the new island that we created, just on our map, I guess. So looks like we got most of the big continents built at this point. So the rest of the islands are going to be relatively small continents, I imagine. No, like little tiny islands, I guess. Yeah, speaking of whips. Good little sword whips. Yeah, I'm definitely thinking we're like capped at our town is currently capped. I mean, it's a weird number. It was like what, 28 people in our town, which is a really weird number. But it seems that if I don't dump anybody out of the town, nobody else shows up. Unless we have to get like far enough in the story, maybe we have to get to the point where all the islands are built before the town grows beyond that. That could be a thing too. So I figured if there's a maximum number of people in town, it's going to be an even number. It's not going to be like 28. It could be like, I don't know, 30, 40. 40 feels like it'd be it would make the most sense. Because with 40, you'd be able to fill up exactly 5 boxes of characters, of residents. When we talk to the old man. You know what I mean. Because there's eight residents per box when you talk to the old man. So yeah, 40 wouldn't make sense, where it's like a nice, you know, it's a nice like tens number, and it's a multiple of 8. So 40 would make sense. This town here has somebody that can spawn over here for our town. They spawn like right about here. That's why I zoom out all the time. I'm just seeing if I can get anybody else to spawn. I'm thinking at this point I can't, because it seems like if I don't dump anybody in my town, nobody else will spawn, which definitely means that I'm like capped out with the number of residents I can have right now. Yeah, like nobody's spawning, so I haven't been able to spawn anybody unless I put anybody away, so it's just testing it to make sure. Alright, let's go Fishbel. I mean, I could try tweaking the town again to make it more like casino-like residence. Like get rid of like add more and more bunny girls, maybe like dancers would probably make sense. Get rid of any priests and farmers. I think we already got rid of all the farmers we had. Get rid of the guardsmen. Any guardsmen casino. Maybe even like the merchants. Sailors would kind of make sense, maybe. You know, they would go gamble, right? Definitely bunny girls. Can't say no to bunny girls. These guys, I don't know. I mean, they could probably run a mafia, which is important in every casino. Exactly. Nobody needs to eat. We've got a casino. People are going to live on just pure rum. I'm sure there's definitely gonna be more casinos. I mean, I know for sure there's one in this town since it's been basically stated in some of these books. I don't know why he has to do this whole spiel every time. I don't know if I want to get rid of merchants. I don't really care about merchants. I mean, it's not going over there to shop. You have like generic like women, like it's warm today. The population has been steadily increasing. I think my plan for urbanization will be a success. My days of backbreaking labor have only just begun. I've been reading his diary. I'm sure there's more information in those. There's nothing in the old man's hanging sack. Good to know. Exactly. I haven't seen anybody that looks like a dealer yet that we can hire. Like, that feels like something that you would probably need in a casino. If that's even a thing you can get. Go to this inn here. Or not this inn, this church. This place to find bunny girls inside of a church. So we dumped one person, so one person should appear. Oh, dancer. That's good. Dance, 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 dance. It's no use. It's worthless dancing here when nobody looks at me. My name is Raby, and I want more people to see me dance. You want to mention Lineville? Yes. I didn't know there was a town like that. Okay, I'll go and dance there instead. I don't know if dancers means casino, but I I mean, okay. Bunny girls, dancers. We'll get all the right people in the town if we add those in there. Send bunny girls to church and corrupt them. Exactly. Let's check the fortune teller while we're at it. Then we'll go check out the new continent. Oh yeah, we gotta go get the carpet. So do that first. Easier to travel around. There's a tower in the mountains somewhere. Must be Mount Tower. Oh, what's this? I see a monster. That's basically it. Alright, so Mount Tower in the present, I'm assuming. I'm hoping. Still haven't found the damn, like, tiny metal king dude. He's gotta be coming soon. It's Mizar, yeah. I was trying to think of, like, what was the town with the carpet? This was... no. All the ladies love dung. Just throw it at them if they refuse it. This is a jewel known as the Mermoon can be found in the Sunken City. Show me the Mermoon, I'll recognize you as a true adventurer and give you the carpet. Kira's confused as well. The Mermoon, just like it was drawn in the books. It's so beautiful. I must be dreaming that I get to touch the real Mermoon. You've proven your bravery, so the carpet is yours. I'm sure Nicola's dear departed father would be delighted to see you take it. The carpet is hidden in a secret place only known to Nicola's father and myself. Meet me behind the temple, and I'll tell you all about it. It's a bad habit of mine to speak too quickly. Would you like me to tell you again? Oh, I see then. I'll be waiting behind the temple. Please come as soon as you can. Give her all the dung. Over her, yeah. Actually, I did try giving her dung. Yeah, her, yeah. I tried giving her a bunch of stuff, and I did give her dung when I was first giving her stuff. And yeah, she said something like, "Ew, what are you giving me this for?" So yeah, I did try that. Well, that's strange. I'm sure it was around here somewhere. I'll look around here. Everybody, you look around behind the temple. The real carpet is stored in the basement storeroom. I've forgotten where the stars are. How could I have done that? Oh, basement storeroom. Like, don't we just have to go to the stairs all the way over there? Is there like a different set of stairs? Oh, there we go. Oh, you found it. Thanks. Now then, please follow me down. Seems like a really bad place to store carpet. Humidity in here must be horrible. No tiny metals? Boo. Carpet is inside the treasure chest. Please take it. A magic carpet! Whee! Can't believe it. What on earth is the place doing here? Nicola, how did you find this? Huh? You're the... Hey, what's going on here? Where do you have the carpet? I thought I took it from them. They have the real carpet. The one you have is a fake. I switched the carpet with the fake one and hid the real thing here. Your father ordered me to hide the real carpet to prevent you from killing yourself in search of the hero. It was fake. I didn't know my father worried about me so much. I never could have made myself break my father's promise. Instead, I had others take the quest for me. Well, let's leave it to them. They found the mermoon after all. So you have the legendary treasure that I read about as a child. You're amazing. I'm going to leave everything in your hands. I think you'll find the carpet very useful in reviving the old warrior. Please, take it. I'm sorry I put you through all that trouble. No, it's alright. It doesn't matter anymore. Should we go back home then? Hooray! Carpet. Fly low. Go. Right, now we got an airship. Gotta be near the end of the game, we got an airship now. Right, apparently you fly very low, you can't even go through forests. Such happy music. So we'll check that place out. Well, let's go in there first, just to... Should save first, though. Yeah. Wanna go through mountains? Nope. Wanna go through forests? Nope. But there's a couple places we can go to. I'm assuming we can fly... Obviously, there's that temple there. There's the Sphinx we can access now. We can probably go to the mansion now. So, yeah, there's actually a whole bunch of places we can access now that we couldn't before. So, it unlocked a lot of the overworld that we couldn't access. Is that part of the new world? Yeah, it must be, because temple there that we can't access. A whole bunch of things here we can't access. So we can't get to the temple, we can't go here. Or there. Happy music. This is part of the new continent that we unlocked. Let's get that one there. There's the Mount Tower. Into that island. Temple. Yeah, temple is definitely new. That was the temple we rested at, a shrine. So what's the other town? Should be down here. Yes, this here would be in the place where the other town was in the past. No, the other town was over here in the past. It was like right here. It's no longer here in the present. There doesn't seem to be a path above here, so that other town's gone too. So the only town that survived the present was this one here. Which we might be able to hit just to get the Let's get the teleportation point. Go back to it afterwards. Amelia. Sort of a mysterious city that's been lost under the waves. Rumor has it it's located south of this continent. Now, sometimes a giant whirlpool will manifest itself right next to it. This temple is a resting place at a time for people traveling between Huzun and Avon. A few people visit since the villages died out, and the temple is becoming more and more desolate. So I'd like to go somewhere that can be of greater help to people. Well, I mean, she's obviously a special character here because she's definitely not a random character. So, especially since she's had this whole backstory, I don't know if I'd want her in my town though. But the fact that she didn't even offer, that means we are capped out. So yeah, so she's definitely a special character. So we're obviously capped out at this point with our town because we're not even offer her to join us. So, right, Saxo, you have a great night. Oh yeah, there's the shrine here. There's nobody around this place. A weird place for a shrine. Alright, so that none actually answered one of my questions. So I'll have to remember this place. And after every island, I can just come check here real quick, see if she wants to join us. Tell her no, not to join us, and then I'll know right away that I can have more people in my town. Assuming we're not already at the maximum capacity, we just have to have the right people. But it feels like we could have more people. Like, it definitely feels like we should be able to get more people in our town. But probably held behind by story elements. Such a happy tune. There's the temple. But we can't access it unless we have the boat. Assuming we can even access it. This mysterious boat here that I can't do anything with. Tried using... Use the time sand. I tried using like the pearl orb. I've tried using... We get Holy Dew actually. When did we pick that up? Oh no, Holy Dew. I'm thinking of World Dew. World Dew we don't have access to. Using Angel Tier. Try throwing dung at it. Tried using the Rainbow Dew, which we have yet to figure out any reason for. Everything up. Monster book. Near the top and the carpet. Yeah, so I don't think there's anything we can do here yet. Well, I know there's nothing we can do here. I don't know whether there's even another boat. Okay. Let's go check out that temple, and we'll go visit the other places we need to visit, like the mansion, the Sphinx. We'll visit all that stuff afterwards. I wonder if you could use it if you're stepping on wood or mountains. If I won't even let you use it. Mysterious. Was that the magic carpet that you were writing? Are you a soldier of God? Regardless, you possess the spirit of one. I'm also a soldier of God, doomed to be defeated by the demon lord. I've been waiting for warriors like you for an eternity. Let me tell you the word of God. Long ago, I sealed the great hero Melvin into a stone. Huh? Melvin? When he is needed again, the stone will radiate a great heat and begin to shake. At that time, the chosen ones will climb the staircase into the sky, bring the stone before them. Those are the words that were entrusted to me. And know more about the seal. And now, dispel our pain, revive the great Melvin. Nice. So are we gonna get Melvin first? I thought we get Ira first. Maybe we still will get Ira first. Melvin is later. Maybe Melvin is optional. Maybe both are optional for all I know. It's a big pot. When approaching the corpse, the magic words appear from the floor. Long ago I sealed right here. Okay, just repeats it. Well, stone is probably that bliss stone. Because that bliss stone thing that's, the hell was that? I forget exactly what it was, but it seems like it's probably story-based anyways from the description. Okay, let's return to Emilia. Welcome to the town of Emilia. This is the town of both the legendary Great Flood and the Bard. Travelers, have you seen the statue of the Messenger of God yet? That's not good. Look for a statue of the Bard near the fountain. Good. Wouldn't you agree that a town with so glorious a history must be divinely protected? Sure. See if this has any new weapons that couldn't get in the past. He has a new boomerang. It's got, was that parachute? What the hell is that supposed to be? Is that like a fan? Does that do like some sort of AoE attack? Kind of curious. Hacksaw. It's like only 2 attack more and probably doesn't do AoE. I'm gonna sell this here. Especially with his stampede and howl attacks there. Doesn't need a an AoE attack thing. Let's buy this. Lots of style, which might actually bring us the style that we need. Maybe like number 1. Because we were number 3, so that's a huge chunk of style. No special effects. I was kind of hoping it would have some sort of special effects. Something like Loon, make you think, maybe sleep or something. Silver armor should be pretty nice, not that I can afford it. Our famous Dr. Asimov and his assistant Beck live in the house over there. I heard that the good doctor is currently researching the legends of this town. I think Asimov is actually the smartest guy on the list. Although I remember that was like number 1 for the smart guy list. Maybe he can give us something to make us smarter so we can like top that list with Maribel. Maribel might be close now, because, I mean, she did level up twice since then, so like +4 intelligence. This might help even more. There, another 4. Unusual tribes and peoples. The peoples of Dune possess a unique culture. The Sphinx they have constructed is a glorious wonder. The Dijans are a nomadic tribe on a mission to revive God. Their civilization is notable for its excellent dancers and musicians. Halflings live underground. Although a separate species from humans, they may still intermarry. The Lipa tribe, a legendary sect of winged people, is fabled to have flown through the skies. Details, however, are scarce. Daria Colony Division. Oh, okay, so... yeah, maybe he'll tell us the Metal King's location. It's been half a year since I set out to search Metal King's castle, but still no luck. I often find myself going around in circles. Once I hurriedly changed course, and... wow, I found another tiny metal. What good fortune. First. Okay, so he's in a castle, so... I mean, I guess a king would make sense being a castle. Would you be interested in hearing the legend of our town of Hemelia? The legend of the flood and the bard has been passed down through the generations. Long ago, a wandering bard strayed through town. The bard used a mysterious magical instrument to enchant the people of the town and lure them away. Then they awoke to find themselves held captive in a lookout tower. Fearful of what might happen to them, they decided to escape. Suddenly, a thunderous sound was heard, shaking the very foundation of the tower. The sound was that of a horrible flood that swallowed up the surrounding land. Many should have been lost during the disaster, but were saved by the virtue of the bard's design. It was clear that the people that the bard had been sent as an envoy of God, and that is the legend of Hemelia. I wouldn't put too much faith in it, though. There's little evidence of that flood even happened. Yeah, you tell me. Literally, like 5 seconds after the flood ended, everything was back to normal. It's like, yeah, this flood, psh, yeah. It's like a morning rain. Dr. Asimov is a total genius. In fact, the good doctor personally invented some of the items that we carry. What's this? Came in through the back door. Want to buy something, you gotta go through the counter. Came in through the back door. Long ago, there were 2 other villages in this region beside Hemilia. Populations of the villages of Avon and Huzu have been on the decline for some time, and now there's nothing left but dust. R.I.P. Avon and Huzu. There's a large city submerged under the sea to the southwest of this continent. I want to check it out, but I can't hold my breath out long. It's too deep. It's my first time coming here. Don't you find the idea of building on top of the moat strange? I think it's interesting myself. What legend of this town? I heard that the 2 villages that disappeared also had similar legends. It's starting to make me think that legend is actually a historical fact. Not to mention, it's more romantic things that way. Did they get that? Just to make sure. Gotta not miss any tiny metals. Once we find the tiny metal king, we can buy everything instantly. Even the mountains beyond this town stands a tower that was built long ago. They say this tower is the one from the legend. It's hard to believe. Based upon the legend, the bard was supposedly a messenger of God. I've been troubling that the messenger of God would adorn himself with such strange attire, though. Yes, me. I was probably just an old man on his way through town who happened upon people in need and saved them. Very coincidental, I'm sure. Legend should not be relied on so much. Just look at my mother. She just sits around all day. I feel like she's watching over me. It makes me nervous. Beck, it's pulling tight. Good luck. Yes, Doctor. Ah, a shard. It looks old. What era is it from, I wonder? Ah, we must focus on our attention on fish right now. Good luck, Beck. Yes, Doctor. Dr. Asimov, what do you think? Aha, the fish in this moat are the same kind as in the sea around here. Doctor, so this means... That's right, Beck. This may be proof that this area around here was submerged by seawater at one point. So this means the legend of the Great Flood is true after all. However, we shouldn't jump to any conclusions, Beck. It's too early to make a final decision. At any rate, we have moved this step forward. Let's tackle the next research topic, shall we? Yes, Doctor. Hey, can I have that rock? Can I help you? I'm rather busy at the moment. What's that? You want that shard we fished out of the moat? But you wouldn't mind stopping at my house later. There's a favor I'd like to ask you. Then I'll give you the shard. Dr. Asimov, isn't that the... For the time being, we must go. I'll see you later. I heard that the statue is modeled after the legendary bard himself. That's not a statue. Some people think it's just legend, but I believe that the music has mysterious power over people. I don't think the existence of a bard like that in a legend is out of the question. It's just like a... It's a relief. Statue. I want to talk to you. God, I wish I could skip dialogue. I'm trying to inspect it. Dr. Asimov always teaches me new things. Darn, I can't seem to catch anything but minnows. What am I going to do after dinner? Maybe I keep hearing a cat meowing wherever I fall asleep. My husband doesn't seem to even notice, but it scares me. When it fell into the sea. It's the same book as we saw before. Let's see, talking about the moon merm. Kitty kitty. We don't have anybody get behind or below her. Oh, we do. Go from this way. There's the boat there. The vicious monsters live in the tower deep in the mountains to the north of this town. It's not like anyone would actually go out there. That's the good news, I guess. 45 gold. Oh, we do need monsters to level up our classes. Eventually. To finish exploring this place. The extent of Dr. Asimov's intellect is dubious at best. Supposedly he wears something called a lore hat that imbues him with knowledge that he would otherwise not have. Read all about it from the professor's assistant Beck. We probably need that to... If we get that, he probably won't... If we take that away from him, he probably won't be on the top of the intellect charts, and then we'll be able to beat him. That's probably, I bet you that's what we have to do for all the charts. We have to find the person who's at the top, and then not make them the top. Otherwise, you can't be the top. Dr. Asimov is truly an amazing person. The other day, the doctor conducted an experiment involving 2 stones, one large and one small. He dropped them both from the same height at the same time. You'd think the larger stone would hit the ground first, wouldn't you? Of course it did, because it's bigger, therefore it would, since it's like thicker than the other one, it would touch first. Yeah, it's conventional wisdom, but you're wrong. Both the stones hit the ground at the same time. I had no idea the speed a dropped object is affected by its weight. The weather is nice today, so we can clearly see the old tower deep in the mountains. First the monsters dwell within. You know that? It depends how you drop them. Let's say you both hold them by the middle, and you drop them both at the same time. The bigger one's going to hit the ground first because it's thicker, so it has more. It's got more size below its center of mass, so it's going to hit the ground first, even though the center of mass is going to hit the ground at the same time. For the top versus the bottom, exactly. But obviously, if you put them both so they're like the bottoms are even and neglecting wind friction, of course, they're both going to hit the ground at the same time. So it depends how scientifically they did the experiment. Before we go to the professor. Meow. Poor kitty cat. Is there any point in coming here? Oh. Alright. There's a tiny middle. That one was actually... I mean, if it wasn't for the cat, I probably wouldn't have even thought of searching, so... So that one would be an easy one to miss. There's probably a bunch of tiny metals like that that are like that aren't in boxes or so I'm sure I've missed some. I mean, I remember finding one inside of a well, at the bottom of a well. I found this one here, so there's bound to be some other ones that are just laying around on the ground. So definitely have missed them at this point. But until we find whoever wants them, doesn't matter which ones we do and don't find. Dr. Asimov stores his lab equipment here. It's full of machinery that the average person couldn't begin to understand. Please leave at once. But... Fine. Where is Dr. Asimov's lab? I'm assuming it's this house here. No. It's definitely not lab. It's not it here. Which one is their house? This one? Yeah. Please grant the doctor's request. It's for some very important research. Please, I beg you. Oops. Oh, you came. You're exactly as I expected. Oh, I just realized that I haven't introduced myself. I'm Asimov, a scholar. And that young man over there is my assistant, Beck. I'm Beck. Pleased to meet you. You're called Lan, then? That's a nice name. Well then, let's get right to the point. I'm currently investigating the town's legend of the Great Flood and the Bard. Most people think of these stories as simple fairy tales, but I believe that there are more to it than that. And so I'm conducting research to prove my theory. There isn't nearly enough research material, so I was thinking that perhaps I should ask you to help, Lan. There's an old tower said to be related to legends deep in the mountains to the north of town. Supposedly, vicious monsters live there, which has prevented me from going myself. What I've seen, Lan, you seem quite skilled in combat. Would you use your considerable power to get rid of that monster in the tower for me? Of course there's a reward for it for you. I promise to give you the shard you saw earlier. What do you think? Will you get rid of the monsters for me? I'll give you this rock we fished up. Maybe Beck seemed to know what it was, so obviously they're aware that it's, you know, more than just a rock. He'll do it? That's wonderful. I knew I could count on you. Thank goodness, Doctor. Very well. I shall leave things up to you, then. Quite gruesome. If there went out, many more will appear as well. Be careful not to let your guard down. Rock on! Let's save. Where's the church again? Alright, to the tower. Tower doesn't look so much different from what it did. Slimes, oh no, not slimes. Slime level 8. It's a weird name for them. Not just any slimes, level 8 slimes, oh my god, we're in trouble. If a slime's level 80, I'd be scared. Oh. Time to make a slime king. Slime King. Figured as much. Slime King down. Just back there. Yeah. Gabbo's too strong. He's turned into a Slime King now. Trumpf. Oh, actually, gotta fight him. It's not a Slime King. It's a King Slime. Totally different. Thanks. So suddenly I was caught off guard. What does this slime think he is? He's got some nerve going around wearing a crown. Ow. Ow. I have to remember that he's not a fighter anymore. He's a cleric. Oh, rip Gabbo. This is going real well. Try to vivify land here. More important than trying to keep Gabbo alive. Okay. Looks like the land didn't get the XP there. Well, didn't miss much XP anyways. 20. That's a very tough fight. Blueprint. Blueprint for what? Bring that to Asimov, I guess. This is how it ends for us, huh? You're humans. aren't you? Humans, this tower is our home. What are you doing here? Huh? You say you come to fight a monster that lives up in the tower? It'd be great if you could actually beat him. We used to have this tower all to ourselves before he came and took us over. He's a real pain in the slime to get to us. He'd be doing us all a great favor if you took him out. Hold on, we're just a bunch of kids. Really think you can handle him? No, let me help you out. I may not be able to fight, but at least I can show you the way. My name's Slatchy. Nice to meet you. So you want me to lead you to your inevitable demise? Alright, let's do it. We got a slime in our party. Hooray! Yeah, fighting a boss without land being a fighter might be a bad idea here. Oh, that one can't speak the human language. I saw how strong you were that last fight. The monster who's taken over is really tough, though, so you should really be careful. Mod pot. So I heard Slatchy. Humans, please use Slatchy's help. It's a painful fight. Let's turn land into a dragoon for now, just so we have somebody who can actually like deal with that boss. Because the cleric is just gonna get his ass handed to him. Work on cleric later. More strength, more agility, way more guard. That's more than fighter, or more than warrior, I should say. Way more HP. Yes, this time let's get that monster for sure. So I'm assuming without Slashy, you probably wouldn't have been able to get past that door there where the kid opened it in the past. He probably needs to go into that hole and open it. definitely more traps in this. I had to warn you, stupid humans, never listening to an obviously superior race. What? You didn't warn us at all? What the hell are you talking about, Slatchy? Trying to warn me. What the hell were you trying to warn? I wonder if he's gonna be fine with us murdering his buddies. So that's fine, let's just fight all these slimes. I know, right? Let's move. Okay, that's the only thing you're gonna say to us? You gonna blame us again next time? Like, stupid humans. I told you let's move. I didn't tell you let's move in the pit. Murder those turtles. Still get the King Slime XP even if you just kill the weaker slimes. What kind of creature would be? You think it'll be strong? We're stuck way up here in the mountains because of Land's Promise. Shut up, Maribel. Need more dung. Gotta add to our dung pile. $50. Only one. Pretty good XP for regular slimes, gotta say. Good place to grind. Was too small for land to fit through. Slachi, you mind helping out here? Wait, leave this far to me. Okay, let's go. Alright, we don't need you in the party anymore. You can leave now. You did your one and only job. Chargons. Slime heart. Can turn to slimes now. As much as I want to try the monster classes, there's just... Unless I do a lot of grinding, it's just not feasible to do that. Wait, the floor in that area is unstable. You better not go over there. He's probably going to tell me that in the other place if I came from the other direction. Huh? He's not here. Maybe he went outside to find some food. Or maybe he ran away because he was afraid of us? Hey, coward, if you're really a man, show yourself. He really showed himself. Hey guys, take care of the rest. Fully healed. Snarl roar. Was it a gigamute? Gigamute. Ow. Actually, I should use the, that was dead. No, I survived. I need to use that, the wool thing there that Gabo has. I found a use for that. This tamer dude tames a monster? Yeah, I'm sure that'll work. Yeah, the wool guard. Is a hell of a difference. And Shepard actually has pretty good abilities. I mean, that Wool Guard is very like limited use, but the Stampede is definitely over OP here. Shepard is pretty good. Okay, I guess it lasts for like one turn. Shit. Hopefully we kill this guy. Okay, good. So I guess it's good for like one resistance thing, and after that it's gone. Oh man, she missed out a lot of XP. Oh, whatever. Fire shard. Yay, this place is finally back to being the slime haven I knew and loved. Can't wait to go and tell my friends. Guess I don't have outside. Can I use return? I can. I gotta switch land back to being a cleric so I can get Vivify. I definitely need it on 2 characters. Because it ain't cheap to revive either for like 500 bucks. We're still 2 levels away from maxing out or becoming a sage. $19 more. Plot-wise, we revived. Let's see. The last line we brought up is the one where, you know, the bard sent people to the tower and then the tower got flooded. So we created that island in the present, which also gave us access to the carpet, which allows us to go to a couple other places. So there's a lot of places to revisit in the present. So lots and lots of places to visit. I've already unlocked 1 new pillar in the ruins. So yeah, we're going back to Hemelia. And we should be getting another shards. We just got 2 other shards. We got a shard from that boss, plus we're gonna get another shard from this guy to hand in because we defeated the monster. So I think we're already up to 3 more shards since we yeah, we got a wind shard, a fire shard, and we're gonna get just whatever shard he has. So we're stocking up on shards. I'm thinking that island I just unlocked, maybe that was an optional island, kind of like the town island. So I'll have to go visit that eventually. Maybe it's the island that eventually gives us the what's this blueprint? Memo on a monster habitat. Let's go with this guy. Oh, Slan, did you get rid of the Tower of Monsters for me? That's wonderful. I felt quite certain that you could do it. Just as you heard, Beck. Now that the monsters are gone, we must make haste. Let's go investigate the tower at once. Yes, Doctor. Hey, where's my stone? Where's my rock? Get back here. You said you can give me the rock, you son of a bitch. No, I mean, the only one that almost got me, luckily the fortune teller told me where it was. I had to go back into the past where the Dharma Temple was. There was a shard I missed there. But thankfully the fortune teller told us about it, so... The fortune teller is very useful. The fortune teller saved my bacon because it wouldn't have been somewhere I would have gone back to recheck if it wasn't for the fortune teller telling me so. Other than that, not really. I mean, I've been relatively thorough with places, but now there's like so many different places to go, it's like, yeah. What's going on here? You said that you had cleared out the monsters. There's slimes all over. Please do something. Eek. Oh, Lan, you're friends too. Not to be rude, but this old man a friend of yours? Sure. Well then, sorry for surprising him. I'm sure he's come to wreck the tower. What? Dr. Asimov would never do such a thing. What the heck is a human doing coming this deep into the mountains? I don't need your permission for that. Well, if it isn't Beck, what? Don't be as hurried as a horn rush. I'm here to conduct research on the relationship between the Old Town legend and this tower. I can assure you that I did not come to damage the tower or disrupt her way of life. Humans do strange things. That's the only reason you came. You don't care. You people have no idea how important the professor's research is. Poking every nook and cranny, yeah, and like speaking to every NPC multiple times, yeah. That definitely helps. Yep. It's okay, Beck. It's okay. Everyone has their own way of looking at things. Whatever. He's a friend of yours, then we can trust him. You need to research something, go right ahead. It's fine with us. Okay, you heard it, everybody. Clear out. Oh, you saved me. I never would have guessed that Slime was friends with Lan. Now I'll be able to thoroughly research the tower. Okay, Beck, let's go. Give me my rock, you son of a bitch. Yes, Doctor. Give me my rock. Son of a bitch. Keeps running away with my rock. There's a fortune teller in this one, which helps you find them, so that's not a unique thing for 3DS, unless the 3DS version makes it even more obvious. But like, the NPC in this game gives you a pretty good clue where to find it. Especially if it's a place you've already been to. If you've already been to the place and it's like, oh yeah, if it's a place that doesn't ring a bell, then it's very likely you found all the ones you need for the current part of the story you're in. And the next one's in, you know, in wherever you're going next. Like, one thing I've noticed is that she doesn't necessarily tell you like all the spots. What I'm thinking happens is, let's say I'm at the part of the story where I need to go to Island 5 or whatever. She'll tell you where to find the pieces for Island 5, but not the pieces for other islands that you might have missed in previous sections for Island 6, let's say. So it might be a part of Island 6 that's not used for Island 5, so she won't tell you about that. Once you finish Island 5, and now you need to go to Island 6, then she'll tell you about the pieces for Island 6, which might have been in the previous spot you missed. So I don't think it's possible to miss one. Like she would basically guide you where to go. The Shard Raider, gotcha. Yeah, so that's a little easier, I guess. But I mean, the fortune teller definitely makes it easy enough. Like, so far, the only time it definitely helped having her was that one shard I missed because I didn't revisit that town after freeing it in the past. How do I get to this one? Can I go around the edge? I didn't see like anywhere to fall from above. Unless there's actually maybe there's a... a collapsing, you know, roof or whatever. Hey, Chicken Nugget, how's it going? Stampede is too OP. Well, I mean, I guess Howl was pretty OP too. Howl and Stampede are basically the same thing. I think Stampede does a little more damage. It's basically the same. If anything, it feels like it's a little more reliable than Howl. That could be completely the same thing. Well, so far I've mastered 2 classes on both Gabo and Lan. So right now they're both on their intermediate class. Well, no, sorry, Lan I put back to Cleric, because I want to try to get Cleric done early, plus I need a second person that can Vivify. So I figured now's the best time. Plus I eventually want to try to get Paladin as well. So I've got Dragoon unlocked. Probably want to get Paladin unlocked, maybe eventually Ranger. But after I finish Cleric, then I'll work on the intermediate classes. Gabo right now I'm working on Tamer. Not sure where to go after Tamer. I could try to get the Mariner and then unlock Pirate. Mary I'm finishing up Mage in order to unlock Sage. And I'll go from there. Yeah, Vivify never works when you need it to, but I definitely need a second person that can revive in some methods. Because having one person that can revive and then having that person die really sucks. The 3DS version? Yeah, the 3DS version is definitely more streamlined from what I hear. Yeah. Exactly, yeah. During boss battles is always the worst. So you absolutely positively need to work. Nope. Shit. Return. Well, I mean, I've so far I found the game very linear. Like right now is probably the only time in the game I've actually had the ability to go do a lot of different things at the same time. I mean, now that we got the carpet, there's a whole bunch of places to revisit in the present. Obviously, we need to finish off this island here, but we've already unlocked another pedestal, so we already have another island in the past to go do, and there's like too many things to do right now. But up to this point, I mean, it's been very linear. I can only do one thing, and then that's it. Like, it was always go to the next island, do the stuff there, rinse and repeat. How do we get to that chest? One thing you think of is we have to fall from above, or we have to like go around the edge or something. Yeah. Well, the fact that you have to build the world, the overworld to begin with. Most games, you're given the overworld. Okay, we can go around the edge. This game, you have to build it from scratch. There we go, another one here. See, well, once we find wherever the professor went here, we're gonna have like 4 new shards. Like, this is all stuff that, all extra shards that we've already unlocked a pedestal. Like, this is either the pedestal we unlocked as an optional one, so it's like an island that doesn't necessarily need to be unlocked. But maybe if that's the case, then there's a good chance it could be something like the tiny metal king or something. There's a good chance it could be something like that, which is good. Maybe 10 discs, yeah. This game would be crazy if it was like Final Fantasy X. Yeah, when did we get increase? Is that a Sage thing? Because probably is. Figured I'd unlock it by now, but support increase. Wait, increase is cleric? No, we never got. Did I ever unlock increase with cleric? That doesn't seem right. I would have had it with. Did I unlock it and never like realize I unlocked it? No. Alright, so the manual's wrong on that. Because the manual says increases cleric that gets it. So why does Maribel not have it? She's mastered cleric already. So it's probably Sage. Maybe they originally had it on cleric and they moved it to Sage. Weird. There's also barrier, which is also says cleric. Yes, there's way too many cleric abilities in this. Because cleric only has 8 levels, right? So the ones depicted under cleric in the manual are upper, increase, barrier, heal more, heal all, vivify, expel. It's already like 8 there. Infernos and Infomore is actually cleric plus mariner, but we got Infomore with cleric, so they definitely changed some stuff around. Because we never got mariner with Mary, but although I guess she was a fisherman's daughter, so maybe that she naturally has mariner. I don't know, it's weird. No, upper is also listed. I mean, upper is a single character one, increases the multi-character one. So either upper also needs a second class, because the manual says a cleric plus mariner equals Infomore, but we picked up Infomore as a cleric. So maybe increases like mariner plus cleric, or it's they switched over to Sage and they never changed the manual. I mean, I'm not super worried, but we're going to be working on Sage eventually, so it could be a Sage ability. It just usually we get increased fairly early in Dragon Quest games. That's why I'm surprised we don't have it yet. It's usually a fairly early ability. Hey, Stuart. Right now we got the carpet, so I'm just trying to figure out where to go. There's a lot of places to go now. There's already an island of unlocked to go to the past, but I've already got like another 4, soon to be 5 shards just by exploring with this carpet and just doing this island here. So it seems like we already got too much stuff to do. Too many places to go. Yeah, and it's still only a 3 characters, which is odd. I keep hoping we're gonna run to like Ira or something soon. There was that dude in the temple where we got the carpet that mentioned Melvin, but like I figured maybe after this area here, since the bard was also the bard from the Dejan tribe or whatever, I figured maybe now we finally get Ira, but still no sign of the Dejan tribe in the present. Where's the professor? He owes me a friggin' thing here. Yes. Oh, with this much space, the tower could hold the population of a whole area. Hold on, are you leaving already? Oops, I almost forgot. I have the shard to give you as thanks. So excited to be finally able to check the place out. I'm very sorry. I left the shard in my basement storage in Hamilia. I need to concentrate on my research here for a while, so please go ahead and pick it up by yourself. Shard's my basement in Hamilia. I'm busy. So I just have to tell the guy, yeah, he said I can go in now. Legend is true. A long time ago, an old musician helped people take shelter here. It feels such a grand sense of adventure. Oh yeah, I'm not worried about them. They'll eventually show up, but I figured we'd get another character by now. Like, how long has it been since Kiefer left the party? It's been so freaking long. It's like gotta be at least 30 hours at this point he left the party, like. But the other thing I'm worried about too is that the fact there's 2 other characters to join the party, right? We got Melvin, we got Ira. So who's gonna get booted out? That's the big question. Out of the 2, if I had to choose between Gabo and Mary, I'd probably dump Mary, because anybody can be a cleric or whatever classes she has. Her base abilities, what does she have as base abilities? She has like Blaze and nothing spectacular that only she could have, right? Unlike Gabo, he has, well, right now he's got, I guess he kind of already have like Shepherd stuff, which is as good as his Howl, but like, Howl was pretty good until we got Shepherd. Plus Gabo is just stronger in general. He has a bigger variety of weapons he can equip. That's assuming somebody else leaves us, but... I know, right? They're just ignoring him. It's like, this guy looks too weak. We're just gonna leave him alone. Groomer. No new abilities? Boo. I haven't tried taming an enemy yet. Should totally do that. Something I'd get his hat. Maybe he has a copy of his hat in his storehouse too. Because he's the #1 intelligence dude in the world in the rankings. So I figure, you know, if we get his hat, we'll be able to be #1. Let's try that tamer ability. I went so fast I didn't see what it exactly said. Flame is tamed by Gabo. I said it's tamed by Gabo, so why is he fighting? Would be nice if you can get him to join you as like another character or whatever, but he said he was tamed and then he attacked us. He's not very tame at all. Or should I? So we're basically done with this area once we get the shard. Asimov stores live equipment here. What? Asimov says you could take something from here as a gift? I'll make an exception then, but I don't know if you'll find anything of use to you down here. What a great guard. It's like, what? He said you can take stuff? Alright, go ahead. I won't check with him or anything. I'll take your word for it, random stranger. So this blueprint too. I wonder where we bring that. On monster habitat. I mean, Asimov didn't seem to be. Oh, maybe I didn't try actually using it on Asimov. Could probably also bring it to like what's his face there? The dude in the past. Maybe I'll build something in the present if I give him that. Shepherd, you can get a stampede of sheep, which basically works like Howl. So you'll have up to 4 like sheep's attack for you, which does really good damage. So that's the ultimate ability for Shepherd. You have other abilities as well. You can cast Whistle. You could Whistle's only like there's Antidote, Stampede, Wool Guard protects you against ice attacks. It's really good when you have something that uses like Ice Breath or whatever. Was Poison Gas a Shepherd thing, or was that a? I think it was a Tamer thing. Slumber, so you can heal up as you walk along. The biggest thing is obviously the Stampede. You should be afraid of a stampede of sheep. These things are deadly. So we have what, 5 shards now? Like holy crap! I don't think I'd find this many shards, to be honest. Like we definitely have enough to make another island. So I'm thinking the island we just put together was an optional island or something. I don't think there's much the average person would find useful in here. Want to build a snowman? Stop it. I know, right? Somebody just spilled their lightning all over the place. Like, whoops. Yeah, especially if you have a ram in there. And those rams would be not a ram, but that's the male sheep. That's the name of the male sheep, right? A ram. Those things would probably kick your ass. Yep, it's fishing by itself. That's what fishing poles usually do in these games. Just like bobbing up and down. Stuff. Oh, ram is part of a herd. So you get a ram coming after you. You better protect your balls. Let's change around a bit. Come back, Lan. Your father's gone out to a fishing voyage. If you and your friends need rest, please feel free to use the room upstairs. So there's a lot of places we still have to go in the present. We have to go visit that that mansion with the thing. We gotta go see the Sphinx. That's the two off the top of my head I can think of. Oh yeah. I mean, we've only finished one island today so far, but I mean, there's a lot of extra stuff too. I mean, I guess I'm completely finished that island now since we, I'm curious what all these shards unlock, but let's go to Dune first, I guess. There's also... Yeah, it seems like it's all surrounded by islands, but... Yeah, get this blueprint. Should go and see the professor, but I'm thinking if I have to bring the blueprint over to the dude in the past. Covered. Take the boat, fine. There's too many things I want to do. Too many things. Now let's see what's over here. Yeah, the magic carpet can't fly over trees or mountains, like smaller, large mountains. So you can't go very far. Yeah, it's castle here. It's gotta be the metal. There you go. Finally found the metal king. Tiny metal king. Got a lot of tiny metals to hand in. Sounds like a casino. Boing, boing. I'm not a bad slime. I'll live here happily with our master, the Metal King. Give him a visit while you're here. He's a wonderful man. Welcome to the Metal King's castle. The Metal King just loves tiny metal. If finding tiny metal, be sure to bring them all to the king. Give them all for all sorts of wonderful things. Yeah, I'll get like an herb. Metal King's got mounds of rare treasure and valuable things. Find as many metals as you can and trade them in. Hero Melvin. God's greatest warrior, Melvin, was sealed into a stone by God before the final battle. God, realizing his own death was imminent, did this to save the hero. The world still exists. Place the stone in the altar near the sky. By doing so, the hero shall be awakened. There's a tall tower to the west of the Metal King Castle, just beyond the lake that reaches into the heavens. Right, so west of here. Special books. God used every bit of his power in this epic battle. In the end, God passed away from exhaustion while defeating the Demon Lord. No one knows if he may be revived again. Great Demon Lord Orgodemir. Great Demon Lord Orgodemir tried to seal off the entire world. Fought against God and fell into ashes. God defeated him. The castle library. Got all sorts of books on God and Demon Lord. So much for trying to look for tiny metals. I'm hoping so. Like, I keep thinking Ira would be the first one to join us, but now there's been a lot of clues about Melvin, so I don't know if we have what we need to summon him, but I'm the collector of tiny metals from across the world. I'll give you wonderful rewards for everyone who brings me tiny metal. Ah, you brought me metals. Let me see them. Yes. You have 55 metals on hand. Excellent, you brought me 45 medals. 45 is the first one. Here's your poison sword. Excellent, you brought me 50 medals. Here's your wind. Okay, so we got a wind staff. Right now I have 55 medals from you. Right, we only got two things. Bringing 58. We got the sacrific. And sacrifice. I don't think I want to use that. I guess it sacrifices yourself to revive everybody else, whatever. Or whatever. I guess if you have 4 people, it could be good. Love's Vital Blow. Really low attack, but has a chance of insta-killing, I guess. I don't know. Throw it in the bag. Won't work against anything I care about using. Let's give that to... Let's give that to Mary. Yeah. Alright, so we need 3 more medals before we get the next prize. At least we've unlocked them now. You can, yes. You can switch things around if you need to. I mean, generally I'll be using AoE stuff for most battles, and then for boss battles, I mean, insta-kill won't work anyways, so... It seems like the Poison Blade just... I mean, you have to have it in your character's inventory, though, so you can't take it out of your bag. So the Poison Blade doesn't seem that useful. Unless, of course, I'm running into enemies that are, like, really, really tanky and are not immune to insta-death. In which case, sure. But I don't think I've seen enemies like that yet, so... Meh. Tiny Metals in the Tiny Metal King's place. Maybe they'd hide at least one around his villa. Guess not. Oh, there's no we know where he is now. What, the Hero Stone? How should I know? I've never seen any warm rocks before. Warm rocks. There you go. So yeah. So I guess I think we can summon Melvin. So we have to go see the rich dude. So we get our uncle to sell him the hot stone or whatever. Then bring that to... Is it this thing here? We have to take the carpet over here. Like a little lake, yeah. Oops. There's the tower. So gotta take that to the top of this thing and summon Melvin. So it looks like we'll be getting a new character soon. Maybe. We would need the thing to even go in there. He's the Pearl Orb. The starts with the B. I'm assuming he's in his mansion, which we haven't had access to before. There was never a boat to go to his mansion, but now we have the carpet. We can go over there. My uncle has a hot stone. He wants to sell it to somebody who's rich, so I'm assuming we have to go see him and then get the hot stone. Eventually, we'll get access to the hot stone, and seems like that's what we need for this. Oh, cool. He's a teleport spot too. All right. Boom. Let's go see the think I went here, didn't I? What was in this house? I'll pick the flowers. Well, the house used to be quite a beauty. Oh, Rose, yeah. She was the number one in the styling, the style category thing, wasn't she? Used to be a most beautiful young woman. Now I lead a humble life, growing flowers in the mountains. Am I the same Rose who's number one in the style rankings? I was number one ages ago, but surely I've been bumped off by now. I had no idea I still had the top ranking. I'm just a frail old woman now. Something must have gone wrong in the ranking system. I'm gonna write a letter that I would like you to deliver. In the letter, I'm going to ask the Ranking Federation to strike my name from the list. Can't have me in first place forever. Can you please take this to the Ranking Federation? Sure. I was trying to talk to him. Okay, so I'm betting... So I probably wasn't able to get number one style unless I did this. I could probably get number one style now because that loon thing gave me a lot of style points, so that with the bunny suit, I'm sure we'll be able to hit, because we were number 3 before. So now that's definitely going to bump us to number 2, and with this, probably bump us to number 1. So we should be able to get number 1 style. I'm going to see if I can get number 1 intelligence as well, with those intelligence specs. She's had a few levels. Yeah, first style rankings. Cool. When I first came here, it didn't make sense because we hadn't unlocked the style ranking thing first. Totally forgot about her. I knew Rose sounded familiar, but I just couldn't remember from where. Yeah. Seems like what we're doing right now is tying up a lot of these loose ends. I still want to go to the Sphinx, but let's do the style ranking thing first. Before I forget. For power, I mean, maybe with Dragoon I might have enough power, but I don't think I'm quite there for power. But maybe with Dragoon I could probably be strong enough. Let's see. Let's go dump this first. This letter you have, it's from Rose, the style champion. Oh, this is the most unexpected development. I confirm this letter comes from Rose. As Rose wishes to retire from the style rankings, she'll hereby remove her name. I must say, this is a bit of a shock. Pardon my asking. Is Rose still as beautiful as she always was? Sure. Ah, wonderful. True beauty does not tarnish with age. Yeah, sure. Alright, so let's, what was the combination? It was, so it was the bunny outfit. It was the tray. Bunny hat. Again, I don't know if all these were required. I just had all these equipped when we hit number 3, so it's definitely an invisible appraisal thing because my regular equipment has a higher, it's an invisible appearance thing because it actually gives us less appearance than our normal stuff. It actually put us way higher on the charts. So this with the loon should really give us number 1. Yeah, exactly. Chiller Let's go check our style rankings. We should be, I mean, number 2 for sure. I mean, probably number 1. Nice, number 1 style ranking. Rockin' it, Mary. So, what do we have to go talk to the style ranking lady now? What about Rose? It's sad, but I suppose it was unavoidable. Beauty is not something to be put in a box for safekeeping. Must be enjoyed in the present, not the past. Just let's go up here. Just talk to the dude again, maybe? Yeah, that's what I thought too, but apparently it's relatively easy to get these. I want to know what the prize is. There you go. Congratulations on your start ranking. In recognition of this feat, we should present you with a reward. Please ascend the stairs and left, and the ceremony will begin. I love how she's still wearing her, like, her fisher woman thing. Please use the stairs and left the counter. Oh. The one's hiding. Ladies and gentlemen, the Style Award ceremony will now begin. Well, Mirabelle, the new style champion, please step forward. So that's the new champion, huh? Looks real good, all right. As she's walking around in the bunny outfit. Congratulations, Mirabelle. Yeah, they like the bumpkin look. Mirabelle, the new style champion. The WRF hereby names you the world champion in style. Officially grant you this certificate in this spangle dress. Alright, so I guess we just get items. I guess it's a dress that has like tons of appearance or something. Congratulations, your looks are a treasure for all humankind. This concludes the Style Award ceremony. Could be a good upgrade. Oh, we get an actual appearance reward. Proof of ranking. We certify Mirabelle as first place in the style ranking. Signed, Modena, style judge for the World Ranking Federation. Never look at it again. Alright. Let's re-equip all their stuff. Alright, is this any good? More defense, more appearance. So better defense, I'll take it. I don't know if it has any other special effects. No special effects, but just really good defense. I'll take it. Alright, see if we can get the intelligence one as well. Because I know we were number 2 last time, although what's-his-face was number 1. But, I mean, we did talk to Asimov, and he didn't mention anything about style rankings. So, I don't know if he's like Rose, where we have to get him to... There was that dude who mentioned the hat he was wearing, which made him, like, super smart, but I didn't see any way of getting that hat from him. If this doesn't get us there, then we'll probably need to turn to a sage first. So I don't think there's anything else we can wear that's going to give us more intelligence. This will prove once and for all that smarts are sexy. Ubon. Was I thought Asimov was number 1. Maybe not. Alright, so we're not quite there yet. So yeah, we might need to return to a sage in order to get number 1. I wonder how far we are. How far were we on the power ranking when we were? I think we were fighters. We were like 23, so we've got a lot more work to do with fighter or with power rankings. I thought he was number 1, but maybe not. They did mention the hat that he had, though, so I mean that hat would definitely increase our intelligence if we had access to it, but I don't know if there's any way of getting that hat. Is there anything else that'll increase our intelligence? So we can't wear 2 pairs of inspecs. Unless maybe what if we equipped a staff to increase intelligence? Changes appearance but doesn't show intelligence boosts. No. And not too worried about it. It'll probably just give us another item that increases intelligence. Yeah. I don't know where this, whatever his name was, Udif or whatever. No idea where the hell to find him. Or Ubon. I just remember seeing Asimov, and then when we met Asimov, I was like, oh yeah. Something with power. I don't. That name doesn't ring a bell. Danpa. Alright. So that's that ranking. Back to Dune. I didn't try to place myself again, but because right now we're a cleric, so that's not going to help us much. But last time I tried, which was a while back as a fighter, we got ranked 23, which means we probably got a long way to go before we get to number 1. So maybe through Dragoon we can get maybe like in the top 10, would be my guess. But I don't feel like I'd be powerful enough to be considered number 1 yet. But I could be wrong. Like, I don't know if weapon matters. I'm not sure if it's just strength that matters or attack. So obviously separate, yeah, there's separate stats, right? Yeah, so there's strength and then there's actually attack. So does wielding a new weapon increase your power ranking? That I'm not sure. I mean, it might, in which case we definitely have a stronger weapon now. Gabo's almost well, yeah. So Lan's already stronger than Gabo, and Lan's a cleric right now, so between these two, Lan is definitely the strongest one. And Maribel would be like, what, 1000th place? Maribel may be smart and like stylish, but she definitely ain't strong. I could probably get decent stylish. I never tried combining like the. I was gonna try stuff like the silk hat and the silk tuxedo and the bow tie. I bet you that's a combination, kind of like the bunny outfit. But I mean, we already have number 1, so it doesn't really matter. Well, unless maybe, yeah, maybe if we We get number 1 for a guy. We get we get a cool item for a guy too. Worth a shot, but I don't think I'd be there yet. I don't think I can get that high of a stylish. Alright, Sphinx. How did these people get here? Good day to you, travelers. I was just praising the Terra Spirit, who protects everything in the desert. Praise the heavens for his kindness. This is the Sphinx, protector of the desert. Back when the statue still had a face, it was fearsome enough to drive nearly all the monsters away. I need a magic carpet to get here. How did these people get here? They found a boat somewhere? They found a raft? Well, I'm disappointed. I came all this way to see this incredible statue, and its face is completely eroded away. The pictographs in the statue tell our people's story. Tell their names and their kings and queens and the history of our land. Everything that makes Dune what it is written here. Welcome to the great statue of the Terra Spirit, travelers. You come to pray at the spirit? Please come inside. The sanctuary is right inside. Please come on in. This is a holy sanctuary where we pray to God and the Terra Spirit. Here we pray for peace and tranquility throughout the desert. Dune, yes. We are now inside the body of the great Terra Spirit. Here we pray for peace and tranquility throughout the desert. All people of Dune come here at least once in their lives. Until we pay homage to the statue, our lives are not complete. The first tenet of life is to grow and be strong. This tenet is reflected by this grand statue. We have survived this long thanks to our way of life. We're the one who put these statues up there, by the way. The Sphinx was destroyed by monsters once, but it was rebuilt after hundreds of years of work. Long life is the key to rewarding life. That's what we can learn in this statue. I still got a long way to go myself. How the hell did all these people get here, by the way? Was there a tour boat here that we didn't have access to? Hey, Trout. I have traveled the world to spread the word of God. People of Dune are the most faithful people I've encountered on my journeys. There's not enough for me to do here. Oh, great Terra Spirit. Please protect Dune and protect my family. Welcome to the Sphinx. This statue represents one of the many forms of the Terra Spirit. He's able to assume many different shapes. This is what he looks like when going into a fierce battle. So he looks like a cat sitting on his on his ass. Mighty God, great spirit, please smile upon us this year. My grandfather told me about this statue all the time. He spoke of how good and righteous souls could join God in the heavens and become reborn, just like a snake sheds its skin. None of my grandfather has been reincarnated yet. Welcome to the Sphinx, travelers. You may use the central staircase to approach the face. Children in the other got to ride in the raft, but everyone else has to swim up the river. Exhausted. What raft? Was there a raft I had access to? Everything we must know in life is shown to us in this statue. There is much to be learned by walking the righteous path in life. If you're truly righteous, the messengers of God will come to guide you in death. You best lead good lives yourselves, travelers. I'm terribly sorry, but I cannot let you pass. Not even I know what is behind this door. The Sphinx was rebuilt. We were ordered never to open it. Simply wait until the time has come. Beautiful. Came up here to worship, but I didn't realize it was so high up. I'm too scared to go back down. But it's not like we're on scaffolding here. You're on solid ground, the stairs. I guess you do have to climb down a ladder. Yeah, you're boned. Let's see, shard there. Another friggin' shard. That's what, shard number 6. What a view. Everyone here looks so small from here. I feel like I'm on Terra Spirit herself. Mine. It's the only aqua shard we have right now, so it's not going to build anything new, but there's something about the shape of the fins on the Neeland fish. Oh, hello there, travelers. Are you interested in my work? Well then, let me introduce you to the world of fossils. Right then. Do you see that giant fossil over there? I discovered it just a little while ago. A fossil is a land, or is an animal or plant that is buried in the earth. Turned into stone after enough time has passed. Fossils are very fascinating things. If you study them, you can learn about creatures of the past. So I'm studying this fossil here. Look, don't touch. The fossil of the fish sits on the other side of the fence. Judging from the curvature of its fin, I'll have to classify it as being closely related to Anadromos maximus. Unless it isn't. You're here again. I love an enthusiastic audience. Would you like to hear about what I'm doing again? Wise decision for a bold traveler. It's like this particular species acquired a vestigial ocular cavity directly adjacent to its dorsal lip. As a result, cheese dip. Cheese dip. Wise decision. You want a blueprint? Give him the dung. Alright, so we got a shard here, I guess. Don't we all want cheese dip though? Cheese dip. I think that's all there is here, right? Alright. Was it Orf? It was Orf. Or should there be a boat here now? Oh, still no boat. Good. It's been anywhere. Crab dip. Lime, please. Thank you. Go to the mansion of Brugio, richest man in the world. Brugio. I wonder why Brugio built his mansion in such a secluded place. I hate this angle. I'll ask for a transfer once Brugio comes back. I want to go have some fun at the houses in Nidarood and Craggy. He's not here either. Where the hell is Brugio? He's never anywhere. Evil Well. Evil Well. Was that tier 3 well? No, it's tier 2. Yeah, Brigio is the rich man. Our uncle wants to sell the hot stone to a rich... He wants me to introduce him to a rich person. The hot stone sounds like it's what I need to summon Melvin. So Brigio is the rich person. If I can find him, I'm assuming I can introduce him to my uncle, and then somehow we end up getting the hot stone. I don't know. It's my guess. Murdered by sheep. What the hell's he doing? I'm not goofing off, I'm just picking up moss from the well. Not that you can do anything with it, but... The last thing he mentioned is wanting to find somebody rich for the stone, so... I haven't talked to him, like, relatively recently, but I imagine that's not going to change his tune in anything. I mean, if I don't find Brigio here, maybe talk to the uncle again in order to advance, maybe having Brigio show up somewhere. But so step number 1 is to see if he's around here. It sounds that he's not. She is quite particular about how his food tastes. Still, I wish he wouldn't flip all over the table all the time. Yeah, he's definitely an ass. Nice. What is it, like 7 shards now? Like, holy crap, we have so many shards. We're gonna have like 5 islands built. Shell? That's a little bit better. I don't know. Well, as soon as we got access to the carpet definitely unlocked a lot of stuff. So as soon as we got the carpet, it's like bam! Suddenly we got all these extra shards. There's already a pillar I've unlocked. So I mean, I could already go to the past. Like these shards they're all extra shards. Like I don't know if the pillar I unlocked is like where I need to go next, or if it's just like kind of an optional one. I was thinking maybe that's where the Metal King ends up, but I mean, we've already found the Metal King now. So, I don't know. I mean, either way, we're going to go through all these islands, but... Because we already unlocked the island before the fortune teller told us about the next shard, which was in the tower, so I don't know. Malice, pain, and envy. Curse upon the clerks. In the World Dew shop. Yeah, the World Dew shop, too, that I haven't been able to get. How dare they tell me Bruego to go stand in line with the others? Well, buy up the shop and fire all of them. Yeah, maybe we need to... I bet you we have to get him some World Dew. Maybe he'll buy that hot stone, and he'll trade us the hot stone for World Dew or something like that. Bruego's been gone for ages without sending any letters. He said he was going on a journey to find rare artifacts, but this is the longest I've seen him away from the mansion. Yeah, so he's not here, so... Oh, let's go upstairs here. Okay, sounds like an ass, yeah. He would fit well with our uncle. I expect that Bruego will be back soon. He was all riled up by the quest he's on. Bow time. Yes, maybe now we can... Must be nice to go traveling, whatever. So we probably have to go back to his... So he'll probably... Now that we went here, he's probably going to end up being in one of his vacation houses, which was it Craggy and... forget what the other one mentioned there. Yeah, Craigie and the one with the star rankings. Those are his 2 vacation houses. So we just have to go chasing him around. Eventually you run into him again. In the middle. Nice. We need 58, and we have 55, so we need 3. Is this the second one we found since we saw the Tiny Metal King, or is this the first? Oh, first. So 2 more Tiny Metals. Magic key. Ooh. Is that the one that can open up those jail door things? We got a bunch of those to revisit. So many places to revisit. Then a short period of time passed. Yeah, we need 2 more. Alright, let's go revisit his vacation homes, I guess. And go to all these other... Well, let's see if this unlocks the... This actually unlocks the jail door things. Our job is to have a boat ready whenever the master goes out. Master's gone off somewhere and hasn't come back. I've had so much free time, I don't know what to do. Go on the boat. I know, right? Those secret entrances. No secret stairs anywhere. To visit them one at a time. It'll be like the last one or whatever. I don't remember where his house is. Probably this one here is his vacation home. Gardener, and I dedicated clearing this mansion. I've never seen the master before, though. It's really strange. Yeah, it's going from the back. Should enter the collection room of the master. Should talk about the collection room. Was there a... Is there a locked door in the collection room? Do you have the magic key now? It was bigger than his actual home, actually. His home is smaller than this. His main mansion. I've already picked everything up here, so... Alright, let's go see if he's at the other house. If not, then it's probably story-based. We have to come back. We can't access Melvin yet. I can also go check my uncle. Let's go check his other home first. the road. And you go see Ballock in the past with this blueprint. See if that does anything. It's not here yet. So he's not anywhere right now, it seems. So I've been to all his vacation houses. It's MIA. At least we got a magic key out of this. Or maybe we need to talk to our uncle again to like trigger the advancement of this. Second vacation home is bigger. I think it's bigger than most of our houses. Alright. Let's go see your uncle. Come on, let's go on a little trip together. Hey Len, help me talk this young lady into a drink, will ya? The hot stone? Oh, I finally managed to sell the thing. Alright, so I sold it. So, ooh, someone came in and bought it from me. It's Borrego. Yeah. So he did end up selling Borrego. Now, the rich guy with the houses all over the world really missed out. Yeah, so that's what we have to do. So now, we could probably find him. Alright, so while we're here, let's go see if this keys a couple of these doors here. The jail doors. You probably spent it all in one night drinking. I mean, do you not know our uncle? Yeah, he probably still didn't pay off his tab either. Maybe the barkeep just like whacked him over the head and took the tab money away from him. Okay, so magic key isn't for that. Trying to think of other doors. Unless that one there is not like a magic key door. There's one. Our uncle's a real winner. No. But, so I don't know what the magic key is for. Maybe the magic key is to get into the tower that goes to Melvin, because that door was locked, so... This is Puff Puff. Still haven't found a Puff Puff place, like what the hell? 67 hours in, we have yet to find Puff Puff. So now he might be back at his home place. Let's go back to his home. Orc. So still not here. So it could be in one of his vacation houses. We had to go here just to, like, you know, trigger. Better, he's actually at Melvin's tower. Which could be a thing too. Let's go revisit his vacation houses first. Love when you do that. It's like, no, you can't teleport from here. You need to leave the place first. Hey, John. Of course it is. This is the epilogue. Yeah, he missed all the game. It's just gonna be the longest epilogue in the history of gaming. Daddy's here. There's a good chance he could be. He could already be heading to Melvin's place. Oh, that maid isn't here. The one that was thanking us before. So that's a sign. Briefly stopped here on a recent trip. I heard he's traveling the world buying unique items. Master Bruego showed us the items during his latest trip. One of them was very strange. It was kind of a stone, a hot stone maybe. I couldn't figure it out. It felt warm, but other than that, it was just a stone. Master Bruego seemed very happy with it, though. He had a big smile on his face. That's some extra information. I was finally able to serve Master Bruego my special dish. Master Bruego even gave me a compliment. My cup runneth over. We're making progress. Huh? Where did you say Master Bruego is going? He said that he could be returning home for the time being. I don't know where his main house is located either, but I heard from far from town. Okay, so we had to go here just to make him go back home. So now he's probably back home. So it probably didn't matter which vacation home I went to, but it would have triggered him going back home. Something new for us? Master Bruego told me that I did a great job cleaning up the place. It's the first time I've ever been praised like that, and that's what I'm able to live for. Brugio, whatever. It's Bruego. It's a different language that doesn't exist on Earth. That's how it's pronounced. For visit his vacation home in Vegas. But can't win them all. Let's see if there's anything new. Barcelona. Brugio's finally back, but now he spends all his days in his room. All he does is stare at the hot stone, or whatever he calls it. Alright. Let's go see him in his... Why am I, the son of Brugio, wearing such a shabby outfit? I got my reasons. That's why I'm the richest man in the world. Dressed like this to stay out of the public eye. Yep. Totally stay out of the public eye. He's not just a slobber or something. Yes, I'm Brigio, the world's richest man. What kind of business might you have with me? Talk to Brigio about the hot stone? Sure. Dan told Brigio about the hot stone. Ha! The great hero. I know more about him than you do. According to legends, if you offer the hero stone to the heavens from the tallest tower in the world, the hero will awaken and return to this world. I'm too old to be taken by that silly story. What? The hot stone is the hero stone of the legend? Ha! I'd love to believe that, but I won't give this stone to anyone. It's a precious artifact. Damn it. What kind of person the great hero was? Must have been a handsome man, or even a beautiful woman. I'd love to be able to hire someone like that as a servant. I could brag about that forever. Well, heat strong enough to warm Land's face. Give him something that's like worth more. Maybe you have to go to the. This one says open certain chests, so I don't think I've seen any chests that can't be opened with the thief's key, but. You can have this carpet. Have some dung. No? The mighty holy dung. Got an appearance reward. That count? Let's go talk to his son, maybe. We're so close yet so far. Kiefer's definitely an ass. Well, I mean, to be fair, we walked into this guy's house and it's like, hey, can we have that stone that you've been searching for the last, for the last 20 years and dedicated your entire life to finding and spent an innumerable fortune for? Can you just give that to us, please? Sure, buddy, here you go. Son of his refuses to give up wearing those dirty clothes. Doesn't dress like that when he's out with the master, does he? Let's try going to the through the tower with this magic key. It does say it opens chests, but maybe it'll open up that door as well. Let's check the pirate, or let's check the ship. Yeah, that's true too. Yeah, that was a pretty jerky thing to say. I'm sorry, it's just that I'm so excited. Master told me my food's better than what he ate on the road. It's the greatest compliment of my life. Wait a minute, I got something to tell you. Okay, so now it makes sense why we couldn't teleport out before. Otherwise you could just like go on top there and teleport it out. I decided to give you a chance. I can't just give you the hot stone based on your story, but instead I'll journey with you. If your story's true, you need to use the stone. I'll give it to you then. Is that alright with you? Sure. Wonderful, wonderful. Been thinking about nothing but the hero lately. Can't wait to see him reborn before my very eyes. $2 hours. It took me like almost 4.5 hours to get the first fight. But yeah. This game is very slow burning. Alright. Dune, I guess, was the closest. No. Is it Metal King? No. Is Amelia? What the hell was the place that was close to it? Yes, the Metal King. Everything blends in together. Oh, what's the... I just realized there's a new teleportation spot. Was it... This guy is, I should go save before I do anything else. Oh, Sphinx. That's one that unlocked. Let's go save. What's the quickest way to save? Star's not too bad. Well, there's a fortune teller that that tells you where to find the next shard. So as long as you keep visiting her, there's one shard I actually had missed to go to the last island I was in, but she told me where it was. So if it wasn't for that, yeah, that would have been hell. Now I've got too many shards. I got like, what, 8 shards in my bags right now? Like, holy crap. And I already have an island unlocked that I haven't even touched yet. Like right now, it's like the game's just suddenly decide, like, alright, here you go, we're just gonna open up everything at once. Yeah, it's at the place where the it's at the mine where you fought the mechanical enemies or whatever in the past, near Falrod Castle. That's where you find the sage or the fortune teller. Very helpful to have. Very, very helpful. Yep, yeah, we're done with Hamlin. Done with Hamlin in the past and the present. I got too many things to do, but looks like we're heading towards getting a 4th character. We're gonna get this legendary hero, Melvin. So the Metal King. 4 million Japanese can't be wrong. Yeah. Like as soon as we unlock the carpet there, that gives us a lot of new places to go to. I guess all of them kind of go to the same thing, really. All the carpet stuff kind of leads towards Melvin. Ow, the hot stone just got really hot. Hot stone suddenly receives a blinding light. Everybody dies. Game over. The tower's open. Hot stone has never felt so hot or glowed like that before. Looks like we're getting close. You say we're getting hotter? One of the worst JRPG reviews ever? Yeah. Yeah, the job system's it's a little too vast. I mean, it requires a lot of grinding to if you want like more than just like a couple of classes. I mean, hell, I didn't touch the monster classes. I mean, those would be a nightmare to go through those as well. Got a man. People don't review games that they like. That's the problem with reviews back in the day. I mean, in a way you don't want to have somebody biased review the game, because of course it's going to put personal bias in there. But then you don't want to have somebody who like never played that genre before. You want to have somebody who's like mainly reviews sports games that's only jumping into JRPG, because yeah. Sky frogs. So we got sky frogs. Final Fantasy Machine Bridge YouTube movie? Oh yeah? I've seen most of the episodes. I didn't realize they finished it. Good old Team 4-star. I've never seen any chest here. The Xbox Square, yeah. Hopefully it doesn't look like a trap or anything. It wasn't. Agility scarf. I think I had one of those before. It's not as good as the speed ring. Apparently it is. It's like 30 agility. Well, I'll give it to her. Yeah, I was thinking a different scarf. I'm never gonna use this, I don't think. Well, maybe if I get a really annoying group of like 4 different enemies ungrouped. Kind of like this. I need to get Shepherd on land just so I can get the Stampede ability. Boom! Take that friggin' thing off. Tried this actually yet. I'm assuming wind is like Infer more or something like that. It's like a free Infer more. Nope, no, I don't play. I don't play fan translated games in RPG Quest. There's too many English RPGs, like official English RPGs, to play that just playing fan translations is just not feasible. So yeah. My first time playing Dragon Quest V is going to be on the DS when we get to that one in like a million years from now. Dragon Quest V PS2 is pretty broken. Oh yeah. Yeah, 5 and 6. I mean, kind of sucks. After 4, they kind of didn't care about the states at that point. Yeah, it's just Dragon Whip. How's that still alive? Six go to the black sheep. It's the Final Fantasy 3 of the Dragon Quest games. sheep birds. Right, sheep birds meet sheep. Final Fantasy 3 is basically ignored by Square until like the DS version. Every other Final Fantasy got some sort of American release up to. I mean, Final Fantasy 2 was obviously the longest, or the one that took the longest to come in. It came out in 2003 in North America. But Final Fantasy 3, hell nah. We never got like the original form of Final Fantasy 3 in any way. All we got is the remastered version. Probably have to fall off the edge to find some chests or something. Do that after we come down. Wait, is there a down? Goleman. Stairs are easy to miss with these walls. Oh, don't let us turn the camera too much here. Or is this not a mimic? Oh yeah, I mean, I'm sure Final Fantasy 2 and 3, they were just kind of riding high on the popularity of the original Final Fantasy and just trying to cash in as much as they could, so they didn't really spend as much, you know, time to make it good. This looks fun. Can't zoom out. Just a dead end. I wonder if there's like chests or anything. This goes around, back over here. This goes towards those stairs. Try to see if there's any other like chests or anything. Man. Man, we don't need you. Gabo and Mary, you got this. Infernos. Mini-series, yeah. Level 2 cleric. 2 tamer still. Not surprisingly, the intermediate classes take a while to level up. Surprised I'm still level 6 cleric, not level 7. Or not cleric, mage. Wind is free Infernos. Or Infermore, I should say. There you go. It's Speaking of the devil, Warlock, Firebane. Seems to see the adaptation of the games in the movies, yeah. That is very true. God damn it. Chest there. I should have, I guess I do have the ability of smelling for chest. Should have done that in the other one. The other floor. Okay, so I want to go this way. D-pad so I don't accidentally slide off. 20 metal. One more to get the next prize. Stairs there. Which means the gift that keeps on giving, yes. Good old 2020. It'd have to be a whole musical about spoony bards, though, if they made a Final Fantasy VI movie. Just a whole musical number. Zodiac Cipher. I thought we were talking about 4. Is that what we were talking about? We were talking about 6? Yeah, it's true. It's a 4 somewhere, I don't know. We kind of half on chat and half on this. Hidden tiny metals. Oop. Chest is empty. I hate empty chests. It's the biggest slap in the face in any game that has empty chests. Whee! How are we still alive after that fall? Did we actually lose health? Seems like our health went down, maybe because we took some... No, I don't think it did. What a surprise, that thing's strong against fire. From you? Not really. There's a fortune teller that tells you where the pieces that you need to progress the story are. So don't think it's really missable. I mean, if you get stuck, you go see this fortune teller and she'll tell you exactly where it is. So, no problem I've found so far. There's only one that I missed up to a certain point, and she was like, "Oh, go here." All right. So I went back to a place back in the past, and sure enough, that's where it was. So as long as you remember that fortune teller. Nope, treasure here. Yeah, I mean, she's specific enough that it's not just completely like, well, this gives me no clue, but at least vague enough where she doesn't specifically say, yeah, go to this town in the past. You know what I mean? And usually, if you ask her about a piece and she talks to you about a piece that a place you've never heard of before, then that means you've found all the. I mean, usually at that point you have the pillar built for the next place you need to go to. But you know, it gives you a good idea that it's in the future, in the next island you have to visit. Ranch hand, sleep air, or that hits all the enemies. That could be semi-useful, but whatever, use that or just nuking the enemies. Probably not. This looks like the highest floor. Do you think this is the place to use the hot stone then? Sure. Alright, here you go. See what you can do with it. Aha! Alright, stab him now. Stab him and fling his corpse over the side. No one will ever know. We'll just pretend he died. He just slipped. Cool ranch hand. We don't have to fight anything because having two clerics there isn't going to help you much. Held the hot stone up to the sky. It's slowly drawn away from Lan's hand. Run! It's gonna blow! Melvin! And a shard. Where am I? What is this place? I am... Oh yes, God sent me to sleep before he entered the final battle. What has transpired in the world? What of the battle against the Demon Lord? Sweet! A fire shard, yay! Alright, we got a shard. Alright, let's go, Borrego. What's going on? Who is this? Someone came out of the stone, just as you said. This is just some old man. I lost my precious hot stone and turned into some sort of tablet. Yep, we got the tablet. It's ours now. Was you who brought me back into the world? Well, technically. Do not tell lies. I see no one else here. I mean, I see no one else here. With that dude over there. I guess you are old. You need some new glasses. It was not you, then, who revived me. At any rate, I thank you, warriors. I'm called Melvin, warriors. There's something I must know immediately. What has transpired? Was the hateful demon lord slain? Technically? Then told Melvin about the current state of the world. What? Impossible. God who could not have been defeated. Yeah, we just came for the shards. I was sure Ira would be the next character, not Melvin. But you have no reason to lie. God sealed me away before the final battle. He's worried as to the safety of the world, so he kept me alive, hoping that I could Preserve peace for the future. Perhaps God already knew his fate. Must find out more about what has happened. I'm still unfamiliar with this day and age. I'm perplexed by the peacefulness of this world. Would you allow me to join you in the journey's land so that I may seek out the truth of what happened? Thank you. This day forward, I will fight at your side. Hooray! We got a 4th character. After, what, 40 hours? Frick. A better name than Butts. He's an epic hero. Gilmore, Expel, Inframore, Bang. Guardian Boxer Dance. Outside Return. He's already an epic hero. Oh, he doesn't. No, okay. So you can't change his class. Cause yeah. So I guess he doesn't have class. So he's probably like a temporary character kind of thing. No equipped. Exactly, it's the Knight's Dance. He just drops his weapon, just puts up his dukes. Now maybe he doesn't show his class because we haven't actually gone to him with the we haven't gone with him to the Dharma Temple, so we'll find out. Yeah, he can wear a bunny suit. What? He doesn't want to equip it? Melvin. What's his intelligence at? Here, wear a garter belt. What? No equip. Give him a dapper hat. What? Magic armor. Oh, you can't wear that. Give him all my hand-me-downs. Guard armor slightly better. Oh yeah. Give me a silk tuxedo. Aw. Noble. Guess Noble's not as good as he used to be. Aw, can't use boomerangs. Damatman. We can use this, and I can switch lane over to the bounce blade or something. Oops. I mean, he doesn't have a lot of strength, but does he have a decent weapon? How much health does he have? 176, so it's 90 defense. He's got less defense than Mary. Need to give him some better armor. Kill the old man a speedo. Need to give him a speedo. Alright, finally got a full party. That old man really the great hero? Sure. I suppose it must be true. What a shame. I was expecting someone a bit, well, younger. Can you, like, teleport out? There's the one floor that potentially has treasure. Let's just go down here. We can just fly down the edge anyways. Whee! Alright. Just want to make sure that first maze room didn't have any extra treasure. Where's my encounters? I wanna try out his abilities here. Alright, nothing here. Well, I just wanted to make sure. Oh, okay, I guess all the monster spawns stopped after we picked them up. That's why nothing is encountering. I suppose I'll be heading back to my mansion land. The loss of the hot stone saddens me, but I am still happy. It's still something that all the money in the world couldn't buy. Only regret is that old man Melvin. I was really hoping he'd be a stunningly handsome man or a beautiful woman. Then perhaps I could have made him my servant. Lord Bruego, I'm afraid I offer my services only to the warriors I choose to. Well, no matter. You may continue your journey. I think I'll take a nice, restful trip for a while. Farewell. Alright, let's see if we can get him a class. Got a million friggin' shards to put together, too. Okay, yeah, so just because we didn't actually have him give him a class yet, class list didn't show up. My question is, what do we want to make him? I mean, I don't have a teen idol yet, but I don't really want to make him a teen idol. I mean, it would make sense to go and fight or warrior with him as well, but I'm already doing that with Lan. I mean, Shepherd is pretty strong. I don't really want to make a mariner, because then I can make a pirate, which I'm kind of going to be doing with Gabo as well. I was kind of hoping to be Ira, because I would make Ira a teen idol. I would get her the dancer, bard, jester thing. It would be kind of funny. It's just, it feels wrong. Fine. I'll start with the worst one. Make Melvin a jester. Does he have 11 MP? I didn't even notice. Yeah, he does have pretty high MP. So yeah, maybe a magician, but we already have... I mean, it's not like I need 2 sages. I don't know. Literal clown. Yeah, poor guy, right? It's like, Lan, no, don't do this. I was the legendary hero. Yeah, don this clown outfit. But I said don the clown outfit. Imagine Jester probably levels up pretty quick. Yeah, 7 for the first tier of Jester. 30 more times for Maribel to max out Mage. But Melvin the Teen Idol. It's gotta happen. Alright, I don't think there's anything in the overworld we still need to do. mean, so many things to do. It was like, just trying to remember where to go. But most of the stuff just ended up getting Melvin. Sphinx has nothing else to do there. Maybe the... Actually, what's Melvin's intelligence stat? Like his base intelligence stat? 63... He's probably, like, if we put him through, like, a mage or something, he might... I don't think he'd be smarter than Maribel. Should kind of change my plan in order, though. Alright, let's see how many of these we can build. Got a friggin' million pieces here. I know, right? It's like, crap, I came back to the world for this. Make him a dancer. Melvin the belly dancer. So this one we're far from. So got a bunch of pieces for other pillars, but haven't finished the other ones. So we're like 2 away from that one, 2 away from that one. So a bunch of like semi-finished pillars. So I think we still have to go to that one we unlocked, which was the wind pedestal. But at least we're definitely filling in a lot of the other ones. So we have 2 water ones left to get. We've got was it 2 of these? No, 3 of these. We have 4 fire ones, which completes 2 different pillars. Alright, so both these I think we're 2 left. This one has 5 in this one? No, we have 4 left in this one. Cool. Alright, just trying to think. We've checked... Let's see if we can build up our town more here. We do the easy test here, after doing this Melvin thing. Maybe it'll let us build our town. Easiest way to know is go talk to that nun. Okay, so that confirms that we can't put anybody else in our town. Because we didn't suggest our town to her. Alright. Back to the past. Let's go make a save first. Let's actually go talk to the fortune teller too. I mean, I'm assuming she's gonna tell us about the place we're going to next, considering we've unlocked that pillar already. And I'm sure whatever piece we need for some of the upcoming pillars is gonna be there. But let's just make sure. Yeah, all of a sudden the game just dumped a bunch of stuff onto us all at once. You know, getting Melvin, getting a whole bunch of shards. Like, we had... How many shards was that in total? Like, 8? There's so many shards. Like, 7 at least that we got. I mean, obviously it didn't create any other pillars, but they were obviously all needed, because we'll eventually need to create those pillars. Our beautiful queen. Seems she governed Dune Castle long ago. All that time, I'd like to see her. So to go see the Queen of Dune. Well, let's go see that new island we unlocked. Maybe that brings us to another point in the Dune timeline. If not, then we'll have to go back to Dune in the past. God knows if I remember which pillar goes to Dune in the past. That's one of the problems too, is like trying to figure out, like, okay, which of these pillars goes to this place. Because this... Is that? No. Maybe, yeah, maybe. I don't know. What does Dune look like now? This is Dune now. I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe it's like this further in the past. Oh no, the one I was looking at wasn't the right one. It was northeast wind, not southwest. It was the opposite corner. Blah. This one was the one we had to go to. No, that doesn't really look like Dune. Well, let's go to the Dune one. If I can remember which one it is. Just to talk to the Queen first, make sure we didn't miss anything. Then we'll go to the correct... I figure fire would be the most logical. No... A pretty big chunk. Had like a river. It was in land. Might have been the land one. Which would make sense, being a desert. Land or fire, but the element doesn't really match the island necessarily. Yeah, that looks like it. This guy's here before. Rigs. I lost track. This place definitely changed since I last came here, so maybe I didn't go back and see the castle before I moved on. Well, thank you for visiting. I was just waiting for you. I wanted to give you the present I promised you before. Thank God for that fortune teller. should be a hidden doorway in the corridor linking my room to the basement. May you take the treasure inside the room it leads to. There's one more favor I wish to ask you. Please, take one of the dark rubies taken from the evil statue. Do I use that in the Sphinx in the present? I'll keep the other one. I feel that the two rubies are better off separated from each other. Thank you again for everything you have done. What fond memories. Your prayers have just begun in the palace. They're complete. This will be the Queen's throne room. Man, thank God for those fortune tellers. That's what I get for not, like, revisiting all the places after, you know, finishing a place. Goodness, we have guests. It's quite a nice surprise. The area was recently attacked by monsters, but we got them with the help of some passing travelers. You don't know them, do you? Hee hee hee. Corridor to her bedroom. That's the bedroom. Corridor behind her bedroom? No. Guess we had to push something. $10 gold. Oh, nice. Alright, it's the third tiny metal we need for the next tiny metal prize. There's the shard. Rain! Fire shard. Means we're one away from one of the pedestals. So most likely the pedestal this thing goes for is the next pedestal we're going to need to use. That's why the fortune teller told us this piece, not the piece in the island we're going to next. Golden ring. Sweet. Fine. Go up the normal way. Come on. Let's go talk to that fortune teller again. I'm assuming at this point, the one she would talk about would be the island we're going to next. I mean, it has to be. I'm definitely going to be talking to her every time we... Let's put that fire shard in while we're at it. Oops. Oh, wow. Alright, never mind. So now we have two islands we can access. Huh. That's kind of annoying. This one is tiny. It is kind of tiny, though. Oh, forgot to take Melvin off of automatic or whatever. Not in the area. One of them might be semi-optional, though. The fact that we have 2 islands that we've unlocked means one of them probably isn't needed. Alright, so we have the northeast wind pedestal and the northeast fire pedestal. I mean, they probably both have pieces for maybe that big wind one that's still left. So maybe we eventually need both, but... We'll start with the wind one, since we unlocked that one first. Alright. Alright. Where are you going? Beautiful city under the sea. Seen the current time. Yeah, and I never went to that sea palace, actually. Forgot about that. Guess we're going there, too. I remember flying over with the carpet and like, oh yeah, I need to go back here with the ship. And it's like, oh yeah. Thanks for reminding me, lady. And this fortune teller is a godsend. Where's the ship? This. I guess we have to go north. Cool. Smooch. Well, what are you humans doing in a place like this? We should get here. There it is. Oh, there's probably the last shard for that other pillar, so it's like 3 pillars we have access to now. What the hell? The game just decided to suddenly like, alright, let's just open up now and you just give them access to everything all at once. Like, what the hell? The game finally became open. we finally got to the point in the game where they normally give us a ship to explore the world. But yeah, you can do all these out of order. What are you doing here? This is our town, Scram. And I wonder if we need monster classes here. It's not going to change into monsters. Splash, sploosh. Look, my friends likes to splash around. See a Magikarp. This town is ruled by the great demon of the sea. It's been ages since humans have visited here. Heard that there's a king that rules the seas. He must be quite important down here. Guard Ruby. What's that? Have a black luster. I think that'd be useful for anything. No special effects, just increase their defense by 10. There. Can have some extra defense. Humans, the first time I've ever seen any of your kind. Heard that you live above the ground, but yet you're able to come here, deep in the sea. You can also breathe underwater. How does he know we're humans if he's never seen a human? Do they have books here that shows photos of humans? He's described a human, first thing he thinks of is a human, not like, I don't know, one of the many humanoid-looking monsters. There's plenty of humanoid-looking monsters. We don't like conflict. We live in peace in our town at the bottom of the sea. I entreat you, humans, please keep your knowledge of this town to yourselves. I heard that somewhere in this world there is a monster paradise. We have plenty to eat. We do have the monster blueprint. Maybe the monster blueprint would be useful to these guys. You don't have to do anything at all. Wish I could find this mythical place. There we have to bring the blueprint. Like I'm thinking we have to bring the blueprint to that architect dude in the past. And he builds one in the present kind of thing, or it's built in the present. It's another thing I wanted to follow up on, I forgot about. So many things to do. I never tried his skills. Not offense skills? Protect all allies. Dance amuses a group. That was his default thing. Figured boxer dance would have been like an attack of some kind, but nope. He's already a dancer. He's already a jester. Bang. Yo, more expel. It's called Underpants Dance. Why does he have that to begin with? So he's born to be a jester. Defense seed. It does paralyze the enemy, at least for a turn. This is in advance. Yeah, that definitely makes sense. Yeah. Because, I mean, yeah, we do pick up boxers. Like, we do pick up a lot of underpants. Just the first thing I thought when I think of boxers dance would be like, you know, somebody who's a boxer, not people wearing boxers. That makes perfect sense now. Smooch, you're sexy. Just my type, smooch. Yeah. I'm kind of curious how well that does work, because yeah, that would definitely make a difference, especially if you have one character dedicated to using it. Let me get to that one. Then of course, you know, you have 3 characters doing other stuff, and then 1 character just paralyzing the enemy constantly, and bam, the fight goes from being super difficult to being like the easiest thing ever. I'll check the other one on the way back. Clunk clank. Last time I was strolling on the bottom of the sea, I came across a strange-looking rock. What did I do with it? Rock? I gave it to Lord Gracchos. Lord Gracchos collects strange things, you see. Gargantuan Gracchos 5 is in the room below. He hates humans. Don't get involved with them if you want to live. Yeah, I don't think I'm ready to fight another boss. I'd have to switch land back to like a, oops. I'd have to switch land back to like a dragoon or something. There is a statue. It exists. Let's see. I mean, I'm assuming he's not just gonna go outright and attack us. Humans, what are you doing here? I'm Gracchus the Fifth, great demon of the sea. Despise your kind after a group of filthy humans defeated my great ancestor long ago. Or that has taught me to suspect you as well. Your species can become surprisingly formidable when you have the gall to show your faces here. I can no longer turn a blind eye to your presence. Showing yourselves is a bad mistake. Now I, Gracchus the Fifth, will make you pay for it. Oh, never mind. Guess we're fighting him. Let's get everybody, Was it him that had... I think he had ice attack, didn't he? Let's try for the hell of it, see if it works. Poison mist. Nope. Oh, come on. Alright. Yeah, so that gold thing would be pretty handy. I was not prepared for this fight. Fuck. Well, rip my gold, I guess. Flee, can we flee? So I was definitely right about the cold thing with the Gabo dying kind of fucked me over there. Oh, come on. Put me out of my misery. This is gonna cost... No, you can't. How much money did I lose? I lost 2,000 bucks, whatever. Well, more than that, because I'm gonna have to pay for all these revives. Ain't gonna be cheap. That means me going to a boss fight not prepared. Definitely need to like level up. Well, I need to get a jester first of all. You don't want to be a jester going into a boss fight. Wait, no. What am I doing? You need to revive one person. It's not gonna be that piece right now anyway, so we can go visit that after we visit some of those other islands. So having land have Vivify is probably the most important thing, actually, because that way you can actually, you know, revive everybody else without paying a cent. Alright, come on, Melvin. I know you're old and decrepit and everything, but come on. How many times did it take to revive Melvin there? Like 6? Yeah, that would be funny, right? You only have one chance. If he dies, that's it. Game over. He's just that old. He's extra hard to revive. We don't want to give him rigor mortis here. When was my last save? It's 42. So I don't remember when my last save was. That's why I didn't take. So I took the death. After 4 needs to see a doctor or church. Yeah, it's been like 2 hours since I saved last, so it's a good thing we didn't just like didn't just reboot there. Alright, well, we'll do that one after we visit some of these islands, and then we'll get some class increases and all that stuff, so I want to try to get land to get Vivify, because that's going to make a big difference. And of course, at that point, I can switch him over to an actual class that can tank, which is pretty big. Did get 1 fire shard, though. Probably the last fire shard we need. Yeah, so we have access to 3 different islands, which is nuts. This was the southwest fire pedestal. And there's at least 1 more shard in that place that the dude's holding, so. So we'll start with the wind one. It's a much smaller bridge than it looks like on the map. Hey, what are you doing? You don't have to hide. They don't mind people admiring my inspiring beauty. Just don't touch me. Shut up or they'll find us. Huh? You aren't from around here, are you? None I hail from is in terrible trouble right now, but I suppose there's no way in telling complete strangers about it. Look, it's dangerous here, so you best forget about me and hurry up, get as far away as you can. I thought it was like peeping on somebody. Probina, straight ahead. Probina. The town full of aliens. Pants optional. What's all these friggin' ungrouped enemies? Pink orc. Gabbo and Mary are carrying the team here. It's a tiny island as I expected. There's not really much room left for big continents on the overworld, so... Hey, hold on there. Where'd you hail from? Are you with Regulez? Sure. Fool, do you think your kind can insinuate itself into Probina's populace, gradually and insidiously promoting evil unrest, or civil unrest from within? Take your leave. I promise I will spill your blood where you stand. I mean, no. I've returned. I've already threatened you with intense and bloody pummeling, yet you still persist in your attempts to spy on Probina? No. Hold on, there's something about them. I think they're telling the truth. We're travelers. What is Melvin talking here? We had access to this place before Melvin even joined us. It's weird he's the one who's speaking. We're travelers who arrived here. We are unfamiliar with this place. Who or what is Riguraz? So you're just travelers. Well, let me impart some valuable knowledge. Stay far away from your kingdom, Riguraz. It lies on an island across the southern seas. There is a depraved culture, barbaric and profane. Lately, Riguraz's military has been flooding Probina with subversive element. I'm here to make sure that these practices do not continue. Those who have caught have been returned to Riguraz as broken men. No respectable woman would want them. This brings me great pleasure. Would a big kingdom like that come after a puny town like this? Maybe they're hiding some kind of treasure here. For your own good, I suggest you not pry into our affairs. While you pose no immediate threat, I will show no remorse if the time comes for me to cut your throats in defense of my people. That said, enjoy your stay in our humble town of Probina. Don't do anything stupid. After you've rested and collected what you need, you must leave. Trust you understand. Don't concern yourself with their problems. Many countries, not just Riguraz, have an interest in this town. Let me give you a piece of advice. Leave town now before you get mixed up in any trouble. Nothing stupid. After you rested and collected what you need, you must leave. Let's see the stuff we can't afford. Let me guess, new boomerang. I got an ice attack. Hacksaw. Then we can use the mace. Oops. He's already got the dragon one. How rudely polite. Exactly. It's a tiny well. Oh, phew, that should do it. Oh, forgive me, I didn't see you there. You appear to be travelers. You must be exhausted from your journey. Run the inn. Maybe you should stop by and rest there for a while. We're always eager to accommodate weary travelers. Let's go into this well. Shouldn't there be like an outhouse thing above around this thing? Can we go in here? I don't know if I want to be going down this well. Nothing. Oh, Will there be a back door here? Oh, there we go. Just go this way. Woof, woof, woof. Ocean. Oh, we casually steal stuff in the chest right next to these guys. Like, don't mind me. Hanging sacks. Oh, just an herb. Yeah, Friday's off and the weekend seems to pass so fast. Yeah, I know what you mean. Like, my 3-day weekend's like Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I gotta work tomorrow. It's like, ugh. It's almost here already. You want to make a record of your travels? Farbina's temple is at the summit of the northern mountain. It's not a difficult climb. Just go straight in the direction of Eldra's home. You can't miss it. $80 gold, what the hell? My unusual. Travelers from abroad, welcome to Probina. It's awfully tense outside. We've never felt so compelled to protect our town's borders before. According to the Elder, the priest left town to pursue an inquiry. He was decidedly vague about any specific details and has yet to return. Sometimes I wonder if the people of Probina have sacrificed their freedom for complacency. Our borders are restrictively enforced. We have entrusted our future to officials who work behind a veil of secrecy. And everybody in this town is very verbose. They like using big words. Probably the farmer's like... Twack. Whack, whack. I'm able to work the fields like this every day thanks to the priest. Actually, it's probably more accurate to say I owe my thanks to the goddess. I'm most grateful. Moo. I guess the cow is fertilizing the garden. This village is unbelievably peaceful, given the other countries are living under a threat of the monsters. After all, the monsters can't get anywhere near this town. 4 days ago, an envoy from Regaraz came to see Ordo, the town elder. He delivered a message from the king. But Elder Ordo still refuses to tell us what the message was about. Tiny metal. Yeah, we gotta go bring those 3 tiny metals back to the tiny metal king. See what prize we get. Well, 4 now, I guess, but... Elder assembled the town's advisors for an important meeting this morning. Husband is naive about the human nature and contends that they only seek what will benefit the town. I don't trust them. You got a face as pretty as mine. Meow. I guess Maribel's a cat lady. Morris has been irritable since this morning. It's starting to get annoying. Hey, come on, what is it? What's with you? There's nothing to be scared of. Calm down already. Moo Moo? Monsters ransacked our town too, until the priest arrived. He brought with him the goddess statue, a beautifully crafted sculpture cast in gold. The monsters haven't been able to get anywhere near the town since the statue was placed in the temple. It's been such a blessing. I'm no longer constantly cleaning up how awful. My books never get messed up anymore. The goddess made my cow stop shitting. Let's see. Wizard, Iron Mask, Dragon. Got a Dragon Shield. Worth a lot of money. It's only one defense more, so this one obviously has either some defensive thing or some sort of effect. Probably some protection against fire. Spud Muffin, how's it going? Thanks to the host. How's it going this evening? Where are you playing today? MOS String? Haven't heard of that one. What's that one about? Oh, Mimic Quest 7, yes. So much Mimic Quest. 68 hours in, we're still barely scratching the surface. At least I finally got my 4th character back after, what, 30 hours with only 3 characters? Frig. Sci-fi cinematic platform thing? Oh yeah? This is Harry Potter 2022. Give or take, yeah. Oops. Sounds cool. Wither outfit. There are many who would steal the goddess's statue at display at the temple, has undeniable power. Real enemies of the town are not the monsters, but other humans. It's deplorable. It's an underrated game. Probably. I haven't heard of it. Is it like a digital-only game or something? Or is it like the console, PC? Rumor has it that the king, Raguraz III, is a very selfish man. He's only satisfied when his chubby, demanding fingers are wrapped around whatever it is that he desires. I shudder to think about the bloated despot invading our village. Spy around here somewhere. Never heard the Elder Ordo reading the letter from the King Raguraz. Can't bear to keep what I heard to myself. Can I confide in you? I didn't hear everything, but what I did hear was sufficient cause for concern. The letter said that the goddess statue could not be properly looked after by one tiny town, and that only a great prosperous state would make a proper caretaker. If it's not handed over quickly, the whole town could be burnt to the ground. Oh goddess, what can we do? King Raguraz is a selfish fool. His actions are unforgivable. So it seems the letter is the cause of all worry. I wonder if we didn't have Melvin with us, if we'd have any of these conversations. If maybe Gabo would take over. Because we rarely had any sort of intercommunication with our characters when we were talking with people. And this time we've already had twice that Melvin and Maribel have been talking. This is Elder Ordo's house. Did you come here to greet the Elder? You're so well-mannered travelers. Unfortunately, I saw Ordo leaving for somewhere a while ago. Oh, he's out of his house. Let's ransack it. The town and Leet were talking a little while ago. Ordo, the Elder, and Razuel, his son, were arguing violently. It has something to do with a deadline and an attack. It's almost as if the prospect of war was being discussed. Forgive me if I seem uneasy. Hey. Brr. Ba-da-da-da-da. No special books. Ardo and Rezuel just went to the temple to see the priest. The temple is above the mountain. You can get there through the cave to the north of here. This way. There's two caves. Which one is the right cave? I guess this is the right cave, the other one's the left cave. Laura J. Hart. So many monster hearts. Maybe that's what I should have done with Melvin. Turn him into a like a monster dude. It's a lot of evil books. Yeah. Well, in this game, it's not necessarily the levels that matter. It's more like the actual class, the class levels. Like that was what makes the biggest difference, because that gives you new abilities. So you could be a low level and still have tons of nice class abilities that really carry your character. Stampede ability. Boxer dance. Never mind, Gabo does all the work by himself. Gabo's too OP. Gabo needs to be nerfed. Yeah, well, there's that too. Yeah, if you grind too much, then of course, yeah, it's gonna be harder to get class levels. So I definitely haven't been going out of my way to grind. I definitely did a little bit of grinding for class levels here and there, but not for experience levels. Like I'm not gonna go out of my way to fight metal slimes, for example, or I haven't seen any metal babbles yet. But if you get that, I mean. You're definitely getting a lot of XP, but yeah, you definitely risk getting to the point where everything else is negligible and you're not getting class XP. Novice. There you go. Nothing then puff puff. I was looking for somebody to do. I was looking for a place to get puff puff, and apparently Melvin was the one who could do the puff puff all this time. The hell's puff puff too? All this time, it was just an old man that can give us the puff puff. So we're about to find out what that does. Oh, we finally found some dragons. Grandpa boobs. Well, to be fair, he probably has the biggest boobs out of our party, so... Potter Puff Massage. Because these guys are probably gonna die anyways, I won't even find out what the hell it does. Gabbo's too strong. Doing open chests. There's one over there. Shade Knight. I mean, it's probably horrible considering it's the first ability to get from Jester, but it must be tried. There, he has a chance now. It was sickening. It's funny. This is basically just like a damaging thing. I wonder if like Mary did Puff Puff, for example, would it be like it would probably be it would probably be something to the effect of like, you know, it's paralyzed or something, but it's grinning too widely, and then it can't move. Yeah. Candy box. That's just a candy box and then a mimic. Just killed little bunny man. The addition. He was trying to use the bunny suit to get the #1 style ranking. The mightiest mimic of all. And now that we have like 4 characters, we're just getting bigger groups. Acolyte. Probably got heal more, which we already had. Of course, has to kill the ones that were grouped together, not the other ones. Through a lamp. Thanks for the 69 bits here. Nice. Good old 69 hours. So we're basically at the 1/3 point at this point. I don't know, it feels like the game's definitely going faster now. The fact that we've unlocked like a lot of different islands at the same time. We have a lot of different things to do. I mean, it's not like we'll be done anytime soon, but it feels like we're definitely getting closer to the point where we're going to be done these islands. It seems we have so many just getting kind of completed at the exact same time. We're taking Korra's gaming time for Bacon Kaitos. 64.5 hours. Yeah, but Korra plays like other games together too, so... Oh, there we go. We got our first dragon there. We've officially become Dragon Warriors. Only took 69 hours. We have a skill especially for this. Doesn't look like a bunny man. Really hate when they have all these ungrouped enemies. Like addiction. He does seem to have like a very ball sacky chin thing going on. Yeah. Although I guess if you look in a different way, maybe not ball sacks. Another part of the similar anatomy, I guess. Yeah, how's this church like? Who the hell would go to this church, go through this cave of like monsters, get absolutely murdered to get to this church? Wasn't this statue supposed to protect townspeople from monsters? They're all inside the cave on the way up there. The faithful sound of the blowing leaves. One gust, and all my work here is carried away by the breeze. I'm from town every day to tend to the landscaping around the temple. I'll do anything to help the priest. He's a man among men. Nobody knows where he came from, but they have all accepted him with open arms. It's a long story, but he looked like the kind of adventurers who would talk to every person they meet. Would you like to hear it? Alright, it happened 3 years ago. A man mysteriously washed up on the eastern shore of town. I imagine that was the priest. Hey, would you just keep quiet and listen to the story? It's better, I promise. Yeah, since we got Belvin, our characters now just seem to be talking a lot more. Before, like, nobody talked in our party. When we talked to NPCs, now just in this one island, we'd had, like, conversations between our party members when NPCs were talking to us. I was trying to talk to them. It's not my fault that they put a flower. Not my fault that they make flowers, like they give you the ability to pick up flowers. I don't know what the hell the point of that was. Like I've yet to see at any point where picking up flowers is needed for anything. He must have endured a harrowing ordeal. His robes were a little torn and bloody, but he couldn't remember anything except that he was a priest. Through it all, his battered hands remained tightly clenched around a mysterious golden object. Perhaps it was the goddess statue. No, stop it. Who's telling the story anyway? Yeah, shut up, Maribel. Jeez, Maribel. Young lady, if you always interrupt and never listen, how can you be so certain? In any case, the priest means a lot to our town. You can't live without him. Maribel's definitely going, like... Ever since we got a full character party, she's just decided to just become super annoying. It was like a little shrine or something. Mysterious and some soothing color. Do you want to take a dip in the spring? Sure. Yeah, no, right. Maribel's just taking a skinny dip for the guys. It's locked. Totally not suspicious there's a cellar of this place. It's the only place in the game that has a cellar. It's just a lot bigger on the inside. Seems to be the priest's treasure chest. It's slightly locked. Not suspicious at all. There's a bed. You want to take a nap? Nope. The fact that they have a bed that you can sleep in as well as the healing spring is also suspicious. Packed full of theological books. A book on the desk. The book is entitled A Journey to Find Yourself. Welcome to our temple, O lost Lamb of God. What may we do for you? Yeah, I mean, we're still, like, the plot is still to build up the world. That's still the plot. No, we haven't, each little island has their own little side plot, but yeah, so far the main plot is still to build the world. So 69 hours in, we're still building the world. The last priest of Perbina passed away. We couldn't find a replacement for a long time. Then suddenly a new priest arrived. Surely a divine occurrence. We all rallied together to help build the aging temple for the new priest's sake. We townspeople have the priest to thank for guiding us towards fate. I'm gonna stop the time here for a second. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break, grab a drink, and I'll be back in a few minutes. So, right back.